We are pleased to welcome you all to the JCAS 21 hosted by JCI. I'll be your MC today. I'm Okubo with Renewable Energy Institute. The COP26 of UNFCCC has been postponed for a year, but at the end of this month it will be held in the UK. Japan will submit new GHG reduction targets anew. Today's event has been attracting a lot of attention. More than 2,500 people have registered. Amid the climate crisis, how Japanese actors are taking actions. What is Japan expected to do? We would like to listen to those active at the forefront. In opening, I would like to invite Dr. Sueyoshi Takejiro, JCI representative, to deliver his opening remarks.
Thank you for the introduction. Very nice to see you all who are all joining JCAS 2021. Now the JCI member finally has reached 671. When it was launched in July 2018, we started 105 members, which means that within the short term of 3 years, the number of members has increased sixfold. All this is because of the passionate activities of the members themselves and because of all your kind support for JCI. I express my deepest gratitude. There is no time to lose to deal with the climate crisis. On the 11th, WHO issued a new report, and this is what they mentioned. Climate change is the single biggest health threat facing humanity. Climate change is single biggest health threat facing humanity. That is how it positioned. So extreme weather causes abnormal heat, storms, floods, destruction of food systems, zoonosis, infection, or mental illnesses. WHO says that all these are a threat and impacting the lives and health of so many people. And in fact, no one is safe, immune from these risks. This is a life or death matter for the humankind, imminent, right in front of us. So regarding this abnormal situation of the global environment, other countries have now resolved with determination to tackle global warming straightforward. Towards the net zero goal by 2050, they have now become very serious in eradicating CO2 emission sources. At the same time, new businesses that do not emit CO2 is expanding. The 21st century business power balance. It was a vacuum, and Japan stopped thinking, so Japan simply has to act and catch up. This is the only chance for Japan to act and catch up. And in this Japan, former Prime Minister Suga declared that Japan will go carbon neutral by 2050 and that the GHG emission by 2030 will be down by 46% compared to 2013. And Japan will try to reach 50% reduction despite this announcement. But the soon to be finalized sixth basic energy plan is not in alignment with what the former Prime Minister said. Deeply regrettable. In order to change the situation, we sent out a comment to the government of Japan as of September 24. In order to realize halving emission by 2030 and to achieve net zero by 2050, we demanded that the policies be changed and plans and strategies commensurate with these ideas be made. This was sent under the name of myself. 2 weeks after that, the new Prime Minister Kishida-san made a policy speech at the joint session of the Japanese Parliament. And the second policy, he said, is in order to realize new capitalism, in order to prepare for global crises, including climate change, In order to realize carbon neutral by 2050, the government will decide a clean energy strategy that should lead to growth and that will be strongly promoted. Prime Minister Kishida went on to talk about the third policy, which is the foreign and security policies to protect the Japanese population and to tackle global challenges to contribute to humankind, and will lead the international community and will raise the presence of Japan in order to resolve the difficult issues, including climate change. This is a commitment made to the world and to the people. In a rare case in policy speeches by Japanese prime ministers, he spent considerable time on the climate matter, which is very good, and there was high expectation. But the point is whether it would be placed into action, because on the very day, on October 8th, the Human Rights Council in Geneva adopted a resolution saying that safe, clean, and healthy sustainable environment constitutes human right. Out of the 47 members of HRC, 43 countries voted in favor, including UK, Germany, Italy. None was against. However, there were 4 abstentions, including Japan, Russia, China, India, for unknown reason. In Europe, the climate issue is now considered to be human rights matters, and despite the situation, Japan joined the 3 other countries to abstain. Very deeply regrettable. The prelude to COP26, there was the international conference in Milan. Greta Thunberg, who appeared in Youth for Climate, she said, blah, blah, blah. 30 years of blah, 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 blah. Walk the talk. That was what she repeated. The young generation are concerned about their own futures. They are asking not for words, but for impactful actions. So the adult, we have to listen more to the younger generation who will be the leader in the near future. Boris Johnson, who spoke at UNGA, said that it's time for humanity to grow up. Prime Minister Johnson called the humankind just adolescent, immature, and he warned all the people across the world that we must be more mature. That was a profound, very moving sermon. I would like to fully listen and acknowledge. And Boris Johnson, he's going to be the host at the Glasgow COP26 summit. Mr. Johnson said the summit is going to be the turning point for humanity and appeal to the world about the historical importance. Are we going to turn left or turning right? For the future of humanity, whether we can make a wise, ethical, and correct selection, it is up to each and every one of us. So at this turning point, we should not take the wrong turn. In order to make the correct decision, JCI wishes to work with all the members, share the sense of crisis with the world, and in order to make Japan that is commensurate with the other countries of the world and that we do not need to be shameful, we will strongly appeal to the government of Japan. Member-to-member cooperation will be further promoted. We will also work harder on international collaboration. Each and every person may only have a little power, but many people coming together will create a big power. Lastly, I would like to thank UN Special Envoy Bloomberg and everybody else from Japan and abroad for joining this program. May I conclude my greetings with my wish that today's JCAS 2021 will be a contribution to all your activities. Stay safe. Thank you.
Sueyoshi-san, thank you. First, I'd like to share with you 3 messages from overseas. The first one is by Ambassador Michael Bloomberg, UN Secretary General's Special Envoy for Climate Ambition Solutions, and founder of Bloomberg Philanthropies and Bloomberg 108th Mayor of New York City. He has been supporting the American local governments and corporate activities in America is exiting coal. The second is Ambassador Ken O'Flaherty from the UK, COP26, and UK Foreign Office, the COP26 Regional Ambassador. The third is the Ambassador Gonzalo Munoz, United Nations High-Level Climate Champion. You may not be familiar with the word, but when COP21 was adopted, a Paris Agreement was adopted, as the leaders to build momentum globally, the companies and investors, he's been appointed by the United Nations. You can choose the language in listening to the video, the globe icon, the interpretation. You can switch English or the United States. Please enter 3 messages in a row.
I'm glad to speak with you today. In a few weeks, the world will come together for the UN's climate conference in Glasgow. It's a reminder of how important collaboration is to winning the fight against climate change. In both Japan and the US, businesses and local leaders are helping to lead the way. For example, the Japan Climate Initiative has grown more than 6-fold since 2018, and it continues working to drive down carbon emissions as quickly as possible. Setting ambitious goals for 2050 is important, but taking action now is the real key to making progress. At Bloomberg Philanthropies, we're doing our part. We've helped retire more than 65% of all coal plants in the United States and half the coal plants in Europe as well. We've also brought that work to Japan, where phasing out coal and strengthening renewables are critical to reaching the country's climate goals. And as Global Ambassador of the UN's Race to Zero campaign, I've joined with cities, businesses, and organizations from around the world to work towards net zero emissions. So thank you for everything you're doing. By working together, we can create a healthier, stronger, more sustainable world.
Hello everyone, I'm Ken O'Flaherty, COP26 Regional Ambassador to Asia Pacific and South Asia, and I'd like to thank the Japan Climate Initiative for this opportunity to give a message at the Japan Climate Action Summit 2021. The UK will be hosting COP26 in Glasgow in less than 3 weeks' time, and August's IPCC report shows that Glasgow may be our last chance to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius target alive and limit global temperature rises to that level. That's why COP26 is the most important international climate meeting of the decade. Every nation, every company, every investor, every city and every region needs to move with conviction to turn their commitments to tackle climate change into action, to keep the prospect of preventing global temperatures rising above 1.5 degrees Celsius alive. And we have to get this right for our generation and for future generations. By taking action together at COP26, we can make our recovery from COVID-19 one that builds a better future, one with green jobs, cleaner air, and increasing prosperity without harming the planet. And that's why we have set clear goals at COP26 on how we all need to be committed to accelerating the transition from coal to clean power, halting deforestation, tackling methane emissions, and accelerating the shift to zero-emission vehicles. And underpinning this is finance. So it's vital that developed countries step up their commitments to meet the $100 billion goal. The UK is encouraged by Japan's commitment to net zero by 2050 and also enhancing its 2030 emissions reduction target to 46 to 50%, and I'm looking forward to seeing Japan formally submit its NDC and long-term strategy to the UN ahead of COP26. I also welcome Japan's commitment to end unabated overseas coal financing within this year, and its 6.5 trillion yen climate finance commitment for years 2021 to 2025. I believe these were instrumental in encouraging increased commitments from other countries in recent months. And we all have welcomed China's announcement on ending new coal plant construction overseas. But we do need to take a step further in order to consign coal to history. The UK, as COP26 presidency, would like to see Japan set a clear date to end domestic coal use of 2030 or soon thereafter. And we'd like to see on a more regional level, more local governments in Japan being active on this agenda by joining the Powering Past Coal Alliance initiative, which Kyoto City has joined as the first ever Japanese member this March. In the UK, we have taken ambitious strides in decarbonising our energy sector. Back in 2012, 40% of UK electricity came from coal. But this year, the figure is less than 2%, and we won't be using any coal to generate electricity by October 2024. Over the same period, we have boosted our offshore wind deployment. The UK is now leading the world in offshore wind power, with more capacity installed than any other country worldwide. And we have proven that the rapid transition from coal to clean energy is achievable. And we're keen to collaborate with Japan on this. I see a real opportunity to further deepen UK-Japanese cooperation in the low-carbon transition across innovation, jobs and growth. I believe the UK and Japan can help each other and also third countries reach net zero together by offering clean and green solutions. With top experts from Japan's non-state actor community gathered here today, I hope this important and timely event by JCI can explore in depth the pathway on how Japan can achieve net zero. Japan is an incredibly important ally in our fight against climate change, and we look forward to working with you more closely during and after COP26. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. It's fantastic to be taking part in this wonderful Japan Climate Action Summit 2021. We all know very well how pivotal this COP26 conference is, and we know that science could not be clearer about what is happening to the planet, and that the window of opportunity we have to pivot our path back towards a safer trajectory is unfortunately closing. So leaders across the global economy need to step up urgently and put us on the path to halving global emissions by 2030. Every actor must take immediate action if the world is to keep global average temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We are definitely all in this together. So in the Race to Zero campaign, we have seen tremendous growth despite the pandemic. Since Race to Zero launch back in June last year, our partner initiatives have together brought into the campaign over 6,200 members from across 110 countries. We started with less than 1,000 business. We're now up to 4,475. We started with a handful of investors. We now have over 250 financial institutions representing almost 90 trillion in asset under management. We have seen the number of cities in the campaign rocket to over 800. In total, in the last 12 months, and the 12 months alone, we have almost double in number of members, with well over 1,500 new members joining in only the last 3 months. We must celebrate this, and we have to recognize the tremendous effort of our partner initiatives in making this happen, bringing all these actors from across the real economy to commit to robust net zero and supporting them to take action together towards a halving of global emissions by 2030. It has been really wonderful to see many of the JCI Race to Zero Circle members contributing to this growth. As one of the most important and influential industrialized countries and a major emitter within the G20, Japan has a special responsibility and a massive opportunity to help drive the necessary transition to a zero carbon climate resilient global economy by 2050 at the very latest. And in that sense, we have seen great momentum among Japanese companies, investors, cities, and prefectures over the last 12 months following Prime Minister Suga's historical commitment to carbon neutrality by 2050. Many of these actors have already or are in the process of joining our Race to Zero, with now over 130 Japanese entities in the race. So in order to continue this unprecedented momentum, it is important that Japanese non-state actors support the Japanese government in quickly formalizing its new target to reduce emissions by 46 to 50% by 2030. As part of that transition, Japan needs to grapple with its ongoing resilience on coal as part of the energy mix, phase out coal power by 2030 at the latest, as recommended by the United Nations Secretary General, the International Energy Agency, and many others. We really hope that the participation of more Japanese non-state actors in Race to Zero and not just companies and local governments, will accelerate towards COP26. The gathering of non-state actors will definitely further move Japan as a whole to decarbonization and also contribute to the decarbonization of the world. As we approach COP in Glasgow, it is increasingly clear where stakeholders are looking to judge success. And JCI members can proudly take responsibility to contribute to this success we need to see. We need to see, of course, near-term commitments with a focus on what's needed by 2030. We need to succeed in achieving more of the breakthrough actions needed in every sector on the path to net zero, with clear evidence on near-term action from critical numbers of real economy actors. We need, of course, to mobilize the capital needed, not just the 100 billion that are promised by governments, but also the trillions needed to transform developing countries and emerging as well as advanced economies. And we need fossil fuels phase out with a focus on whether the world is serious about consigning coal to history, and stakeholders we know are looking for evidence that finance is ready to support this and is already doing it. Of course, we need the rules and the regulation and the architecture in place to deliver the action needed from states and non-state actors. And also, we need not just to be focused on mitigation and reducing the emissions, but ensuring there is a proper plan in place to build climate resilience for 4 billion of the most vulnerable. Vulnerable countries and communities have unique needs, and COP26 needs to be seen as a global moment of solidarity that brings all voices together. These ideas of success will only be possible through radical collaboration across non-state actors and national governments. We need all of society approach to make this possible. So I urge you all to join the Race to Zero through the JCI Race to Zero Circle as soon as you can and drive the change we need to see. Thank you very much.
We received messages from various viewpoints. All three of you actually mentioned early phase out of coal thermal power. Also, the switch to renewable energy should also be accelerated, by doing so reducing half the emissions by 2030, and in order to achieve net zero emissions globally, extend necessary support to developing countries. I think that perhaps this is how I felt, that as Japan we were expected to move in terms of direction. Special report. Climate crisis Japan also faces. We are pleased to have Ishii Masao, Senior Director for Research Affairs, Meteorological Research Institute, JMA. August, IPCC issued AR, keeping the surface average temperature increase under 1.5 degrees. The urgency of this Paris target was shown once again. Ishii-san was the lead author of the 5th chapter of this AR, specializes in evaluation research of CO2 absorption by ocean. Ishii-san, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I am Ishii from the Meteorological Research Institute, JMA. As was just introduced, I will talk about the 6th assessment report, Working Group 1, which was issued in August, based on that contents, and also what JMA has issued based on the government data. I will talk about the climate change situation that the world and Japan is facing. First, this is the important message from the IPCC. The recent CO2 level in the atmosphere is the highest in the last 2 million years, and the rate of increase is unprecedented. On the left-hand side of the graph, so this is the glacial and the interglacial period. In the last 800,000 until quite recently, this is the CO2 level in the atmosphere, and this is the change. As you can see, during the glacial period, low level, and high CO2 during the interglacial period. So there has been ups and downs of CO2 level between the glacial and the interglacial. which means the CO2 level and global warming, or the link between climate, is observed to be very close. If you look at the middle of the graph, where it says 0 to 1000, so within this interglacial period and prior to the Industrial Revolution, as you can see, according to the graph, it's like 280 ppm, roughly. We know that, but on the right-hand side, now entering the 20th century, and in particular from the mid-20th century, there's a sudden rise in the CO2 level. And already by 2019, that's 409.9 compared to 280 prior to the Industrial Revolution. That's an increase almost by 50%. Unfortunately, CO2 level has no color, odorless. We cannot feel it. This is only a theoretical scientific measurement, but if we can smell or see the color, then very obviously we would feel the rise in the CO2 visibly and palpably. But why is CO2 rising? No need to tell you. By human industrial activities, a huge amount of CO2 has been emitted. That's the only reason. Another graph from the end of the 19th century until recently, this is the annual CO2 emission and how it has increased. In particular, from around 1960, all of a sudden, there is a rapid rise in the emission. In particular, more recently, like 2019, the total emission is close to 12 billion tons. So this is only CO2 equivalent. So there could be different data, but 112 billion is a massive amount. And by the way, there is the global population also on the same graph, which is close to 8 billion. That is the reality. As CO2 emission increases, the global population rise. Both are increasing almost proportionately. To put it simply, the global population per capita, 1.5 ton per capita is emitted. 1.5 ton per capita, it sounds like huge if you think about charcoal. Charcoal, 1.5 ton emitted per capita per single person. It sounds huge, but it is huge. In the case of Japan, about 2.5 ton per capita per single Japanese is emitted. As a result, what has happened? Of course, global warming. The human impact in the last 2,000 years at least has caused the Earth to warm at an unprecedented speed. This graph starts from 1850 until last year, which means that around the time of Industrial Revolution, starting from the Industrial Revolution, this is the annual rise in the global temperature. The black line is the observed temperature. This is the actual observed temperature. According to the observation in the last decade, from 2011 to 2020, the average, compared to the average of 1850 to 1900, it has increased to close to 1.1 degrees Celsius, according to observation. Also on this graph, there's a blue line and an orange line. Last week, indeed, Professor Shukuro Manabe was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics. So climate model is operated by supercomputers, and this is the outcome. The blue line indicates that if there is only nature-related factors, then global warming almost would not have occurred, according to the simulation. But the red and the pink indicates that a human influence, if that is also incorporated and used the climate simulation by supercomputers, then the result is a similar global warming, exactly like what we are observing in reality. So these data tells us that today's global warming is anthropogenic activities related CO2 emission. CO2 emission and the global average temperature, what is the relationship between the two? This is rather a busy slide. On the left-hand side, the bottom, please look at the blackish part. So horizontally, this is the total emission, not per year. It is the total accumulated emission. Vertically, this is the rise of temperature. So far, the human being has emitted 665 billion tons, a massive, huge amount of emission has been made. As a result, close to 1.1 degrees Celsius has risen. This is according to statistics and observation. What is interesting, the CO2 emission and the rise of the temperature are almost proportional in relation. Then, if we try to plot towards the future, the Paris Agreement calls for suppressing the rise to 1.5, then how much remaining carbon budget do we have? And in fact, you look at the blue characters and 140 billion tons. This is the estimated amount, 140 billion tons. Earlier, I discussed about the annual emission, which is like 12 billion tons. That's going to be eliminated within 10 years or so. But if we target rise up to 2.0, then of course the numbers are uncertain, but still the remaining budget will be about 370 billion tons. But we will only have 10 plus few years in order to consume and eliminate all that budget. And of course, Japan is also warming. On the left-hand side, this is the annual Japanese temperature and the deviation. There is urbanization in major cities, but those are eliminated. Before 1900, from the Meiji era, on the left-hand side, data has been accumulated in this way. It's not exactly linear. Although there are little ups and downs, there are cycles, but on the longer term trend, very clearly, Japan's temperature is rising per century to 1.26 degrees has risen. The Japanese average temperature rising 1.26 degrees per century. On the right-hand side above, this is where the maximum temperature of the day is 35 degrees or higher, very hot day. And right-hand side below is the lowest temperature is higher than 25, very hot night. Again, very hot night, very hot days, extremely hot days, they are clearly rising in your daily lives. I'm sure that all of you feel that the days are becoming hotter, that even at night it does not cool down. And the actual observation tells us clearly, so warming is progressing in Japan and extreme hot days are increasing. By the way, JMA and the Ministry of Education, these data and information are publicly available, so please do access our information. And rainfall, yes, very problematic rainfall. The annual precipitation in Japan, as is shown on the left-hand side, the annual rainfall, there is not much change per year. More than the temperature, the rainfall is different per year, so long-term trend is difficult to analyze, but signal noise is rather small. SN ratio is small, so long-term trend is not that clear. But if you look at the graphs on the right-hand side, torrential rain per day or short-term intensive rain, these frequencies are rising. On the above, that's 100 millimeters more rain per day. How many locations have experienced this? And there are ups and downs, but the overall trend is rising. And intensive rain in a short term, like 50 millimeters or more rain per single hour. Again, you can see the red line rising. I'm sure that many of you already are feeling this in your daily lives. And again, the observation data clearly backs our experience up. In our daily lives, we may not feel this, but there are other scientific indicators that can be observed. We may not see or feel this, but typically there are lots of phenomena occurring in the ocean. This graph shows how much energy or heat inventory is piling up on the Earth, including the sea. On the left-hand side, from 1970 until recently, this is the energy inventory. The blue, upper blue part which is the energy inventory in the ocean. This indicates that due to global warming, the energy inventory, the heat piled up, 90% is kept in the ocean. Earlier, I mentioned about the rise in temperature, but the heat, it's only about 1% that remains in the atmosphere. Talking about global warming, that is almost equal to rise in the sea water temperature. As a result, what happens? First of all, needless to say, but the sea surface temperature rises, meaning the sea becomes warmer. On the left-hand side above, this is the average sea surface temperature across the world. So from 1900, more than 100 years ago, we started the observation on average per 100 years, 0.56 degrees increase. Very clearly, sea is becoming warmer. And left-hand side below, this is the average sea surface temperature in the coastal sea of Japan. Unlike the world average, there is a larger ups and downs. But the point is, it is rising. Very clearly, the sea is becoming warmer and much faster. Per century, it is rising by 1.16 degrees, much faster than the global warming. And it is very similar to the temperature rise. 1.24 degrees per century is rising. So the temperature rise and the sea surface temperature rise in the sea surrounding Japan shows very similar patterns. On the right-hand side, this shows the abnormal high temperature heat wave in the sea occurring in the sea. And August last year, it was summer and very high temperature. So close to Japan, including southern part of Hokkaido, of Sanriku on the Pacific side, southern part of Honshu, Tsushima Strait, a part of Japan Sea, very close to Japan. In particular, in August last year, the sea water was so warm. Extremely warm seawater is occurring across the world. Impact occurs on the fishery, onto the climate. There are major impacts because of the rising sea water temperature. And the second large issue, which is the ocean warming, which causes sea level to rise. On the left-hand side, close to what you saw earlier, but from the 1970s, when the sea level started to rise, this shows the average rise in the sea level, and the broken line is the observation. From 1970, in the 50 years or so, the global sea level has increased by 10 centimeters or so already. Why? The sea water becomes warmer and there is seawater thermal expansion. That accounts for 50% of the rise. In addition to that, in Greenland, Antarctica, in the mountains, the ice and snow melts, and those flow into the sea, which brings up the sea level. That's another 50% of the contribution. This trend is expected to continue. On the right-hand side above, look at the yellow graph, and this is the sea level rise surrounding Japan from 1906. We have a history of 100 years of observation. Unlike the left-hand side graph, this is up and down, going up and down. This is similar to the sea temperature. But the sea level rise, there are current that impacts, and the sea level changes rapidly. But from 1980s and onwards, if you look at the red line, just like the global sea level rise, the sea surrounding Japan, the sea level is also rising. In the last 40 years or so, close to 1 meter, no, correction, it has risen by 10 centimeters or so.
Next, with scientific eyes, finally we can see another phenomenon. The ocean absorbs approximately a quarter of CO2 released, and then thereby mitigating global warming. Left-hand side, please look at the top graph. I have already shared this with you, CO2 annual emissions. On the bottom, when it's emitted, where do they go, actually? That's shown here. Actually, when it's emitted, not everything remains in, not all the CO2 remains in the atmosphere. The remaining one of emitted is less than 50% of the emitted. So what about the rest? Where do they go? About a quarter is absorbed by the ocean. About 1/3 is absorbed by the forest. Hence, the forest and the ocean absorb more than 50% of the emitted CO2, mitigating CO2 increase and then mitigating global warming. So what's likely to happen going forward? If the CO2 large amount of emission continues, the ratio absorbed by the ocean and forest will decrease. At the volume-wise, it will increase, but the ratio will decrease, meaning that more CO2 will remain in the atmosphere. That means accelerating global warming even more in terms of its effect. As you can see, if you look at the ocean, to mitigate global warming, the ocean plays a very important role. On the other hand, by absorbing CO2 in the surface layers, there's acidification of the ocean. Why is it occurring? When you were in elementary school, perhaps if you dissolve CO2, then you can make a carbonated water, and this is acidic, the weak acidity. So such acidic water, carbonated water, is added to the ocean, with more acidification occurring in the ocean. Center, you can see the surface layer of the ocean's pH, that it's acidic. This is the indicator that we can use. And because of the year or the time of the year, it can change, but pH is about 8 at the surface. 7 is neutral, 8 means a weak alkaline. And then carbonated water is added. That's what's actually happening with this. The seawater is becoming more neutral. In more than 10 posts, long-term observation has been conducted. As you can see, that while there are some differences, as deep blue shows, the pH is coming down, meaning it has become more acidified. Just for your information, near Japan, left-hand side, second from the top, 137 equals 30 degrees north. That's right north, the south of Japan, according to JEMA. Significantly, with the CO2 absorption, there's acidification in near waters of Japan. The waters are becoming acidified. Why is it bad? The acidification, it's called the other CO2 problems, various creatures in the ocean. And the ecosystems that depend on them, they can are likely to suffer major damages. Left-hand side, this shows coral reef with acidification, already with global warming, whitening, and then also as the seawater becomes dirty, there is a bleaching is another issue, loss of diversity, loss of tourist resources, and with various tropical areas, it serves as a dike to protect the habitat for people. With the loss of coral reef, they are exposed to various risks. Various creatures also are affected by the acidification. As you can see, there are some characteristics. Carbonated calcium, aragonite, is used for their shells or their skeletons. And it becomes difficult for them to live. And the ocean ecosystem as a whole will change, and also it will affect the marine resources, especially those people who depend, countries that depend on the marine resources, including Japan. There's a high likelihood it will develop into a food issue. That's why the acidification is a major concern for us. So going forward, what's likely to happen? Very briefly, Dr. Manabe established a foundation for these studies. Going forward, CO2 emissions, what's likely to happen? Regarding the climate models, CO2 emissions, various scenarios have been created. And what about the changes in the climate? Top left, please look at the graph. From 1950 to 2050, you can see black line. From statistical data, annual emission has been already clarified. Going forward, what's likely to happen? Blue line, emissions very low, few emissions. in terms of CO2 emissions reduction, this is the scenario with a strong reduction. 2050 is close to zero. So this is none other than 2050 carbon neutral scenario. But for instance, looking at those climate models using these scenarios, as you can see on the right-hand side, this is the surface temperature increase over time. 1.5 degrees might be surpassed, but perhaps can be kept at 1.6 at the end of this century, around 1.5. So the Paris target's almost achievable under this model. On the other hand, pH of surface water to show us acidification, it's likely to go down a little, but more damages perhaps can be curbed and prevented. And also the sea level, in any scenario, the increase of sea level will continue, but as emissions are reduced more and more, the sea level increase will be kept lower. Lastly, instead of a summary in this IPCC AL6 message from the Working Group 1, this is message 1. It is unequivocal that human influence has warmed the atmosphere, ocean, and land. It says unequivocal in English. It's stronger than ever in terms of the level of expression. Widespread and rapid changes in the atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere, and biosphere have occurred. The second message, unless there are immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees will be beyond reach. And the last message for today, the climate we experience in the future depends on our decision now. The word decisions perhaps can be replaced by the word actions. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Ishii-san, thank you so much. With climate change, the role that should be played by ocean, it was a very detailed and very easy to understand presentation. You mentioned action. I think this is open to our next topic, our next session. In the past, we made some decisions, we took some actions. And now, that's why we see what we are now seeing what's happening because of that. And it also has an effect on what's going to happen in the future. So the importance of actions was very clearly indicated by you. So in response, now we would like to have 3 panel discussions regarding Japanese actions against climate change. We just look at what's happening at the forefront. We would like to ask moderators to moderate each session. The first session, Race to Zero. Moderator Nishida Yuko, the Senior Manager from the Renewable Energy Institute. Nishida-san, the floor is yours. Nishida from REI. Now, we would like to study this panel session. The first session in the JCI is Carbon towards Carbon Zero. Pioneering activities have been conducted by local governments and companies. The session theme, Race to Zero. You might sound that this is rather unfamiliar. Next month, COP26 will be held. Using that as a trigger, local governments and companies are now gathering momentum so that for the global to see more progress in climate actions. Race to Zero, the United Nations are supporting this campaign. Companies and also the local governments and non-state actors at latest by 2050 reach and materialize carbon neutrality and making a pledge to do so. To participate in Race to Zero by 2050, to achieve net zero. In addition to that target, 1.5 degree target, IPCC report is now available globally. By 2030, CO2 emissions should be slashed by half. So that's the interim target. And that's also necessary for this race to zero. And immediate action is necessary above anything. And that plan that must be disclosed, and those are requirements for to participate in race to zero. Now, JCI, as a formal partner to race to zero, those with JCI, there's a framework to participate in race to zero. There are already local governments and companies participating. The UNFCCC website shows the names of those formal partners. So in this session, those companies, local governments who are already participating in race to zero are here. So I hope that you, as a way of introducing yourself, please share with us what you are doing. From the left, ECO is what you're doing. EcoWorks. Oyama Takashi-san, Representative Director. EcoWorks is a leader in various initiatives and also in architecture, building, energy house, is promoted as you are a very important actor. Oyama-san, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Takashi Oyama, President and CEO of EcoWorks. I've prepared a PowerPoint. So if you could look at this, Race to Zero and the significance of our participation in this, I'd like to give you an outline of our company. In terms of our business, frame, wooden building, facilities, new building and renovation is what we do. The areas of business is Fukuoka, Kumamoto, and Saga Prefecture, north of Kyushu. And with regard to the metropolitan areas, we only do designs. And we have an employee count of 80 and turnover 4 billion. EcoWorks is about environmental activities. And I have indicated here the management philosophy. Through the creation of houses and proposal of ways of living, we want to contribute to decarbonization. Decarbonization is number one in terms of our management philosophy. If you could please turn to the next page. SMEs, we represent the SMEs for today's event, and our strengths are the speed with which SMEs can do things. In 2030, decarbonized management, Scope 1 and Scope 2, that is what we're aiming for. And quick decision-making is a strong point of SME. SMEs do not emit the CO2 in large quantities to start out with. So compared to large companies, we feel we can reach the goal quicker. And in terms of our approach, Scope 1 is our direct emission, gasoline, automotive, and trucks. That's the central source. With regard to trucks, we haven't made too much headway in terms of EV, but there's more work to be done. But by 2030, all of our corporate fleet will be electric vehicles. So Scope 2 is indirect emissions, mostly electricity. In 2020, renewable energy, 100% has been achieved. So with regard to Scope 2, it's pretty close to zero. And Scope 3, I will talk about approaches there later on. I look forward to having discussions with you. Thank you.
So renewable energy, switch to renewable energy. You have already done that. So, well, very encouraging plan. Next, representing Japan Asset Management Company, the Nissay Asset Management Chief Analyst, ESG Investment Promotion Analysis, Hayashi Toshikazu, Nissay Asset Management, Net Zero Asset Management Initiative, and other initiatives have been taken, both participating in various networks, Japan and abroad. As an investor, you have been very active. Hayashi-san, the floor is yours. Thank you. Once again, Nissay Asset Management, I'm ESG analyst. My name is Hayashi. Great to be here. Very briefly, we are asset management company. What kind of things we have been doing so far? I would like to give you a short presentation. Next slide, please. As you can see here, sorry, it's a minute letter, but this shows the our overview. As Nishida-san already mentioned, asset management company is what we do. Nippon Life Insurance Group's asset management company. Top right, you can see the graph. About 31 trillion yen is asset under management. Regarding our characteristics, there are several, but 2006, we signed PRI, led by the United Nations, the Principles for Responsible Investment. We signed this PRI, and 2 years later, from 2008, so-called ESG investment, ESG integration, on ESG, the matters have been taken into consideration, and we've been doing so more than 10 years. More recently, about environment, especially on climate actions, they have been boosted in 2019. We also expressed our support for TCFD recommendations, a framework for climate-related disclosure. And March this year, today's theme, Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative. We participated in this initiative. And through these participations to race to zero, we are also participating in RTZ as well. Next page, please. So here, as an asset manager, asset management company, to contribute to net zero, what kind of things we have been doing? Let me share those with you. Roughly speaking, there are 5 pillars. So first pillar, participating in various initiatives, Japan and abroad, and engaged in various activities. The Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative is just one of them, Race to Zero. And then in addition, JCI or PCAF, Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials. And the business portfolio emissions, how best to measure this? This is really trying to unify the methodology. And also AIGCC, Asia Investor Group on Climate Change. So in Asia, this is the group of investors group here in Asia. Also, we are participating in all these activities. Regarding Race to Zero, more recently, regarding what we are focusing on, as Nishida-san mentioned, after pledge, plan. You need to formulate a plan regarding our portfolio and the emissions from them. By 2015, we need to achieve zero. But by 2030, what can we do? What needs to be done? With various people, we've been having discussions and thinking about those things. But to address them, more recently here, right now, what about the emissions from our portfolio? We need to grasp them without fail. Otherwise, we can't formulate a plan. On this, as I mentioned, PCAF methodology is utilized and to measure the portfolio emissions. For the first time in this fiscal year, we are disclosing them as well. And other activities, investees, public companies, so engagement, having a dialogue with investees, and especially the climate-related matters have become one of the major themes. And our customers, or pension plans, and also to other asset owners in investment and asset management, climate issue is important. So communication and among others, and holding seminars as well. Here it says policies, boosting climate actions, and also regarding corporate information disclosure. And for policies to encourage them, we are also working on those policies. And last one, as an asset manager, this is the most important part, ESG integration in terms of management, boosting them further and offering these services. We are also focusing and strengthening these as well. It's been a very rough, sketchy one, but from an asset manager, towards net zero, what kind of things we have been doing? Thank you so much for having me today. Hayashi-san, thank you very much. So you have a vast portfolio, I'm pretty sure a big portfolio, but not just grasping the emissions, but engagement and communication. And also, you're working on policy formulation as well. You have been engaged in diverse activities. Thank you so much. Next, Sundry Holdings, Executive Officer, Division CEO, Sustainability Management Division, Fukumoto Tomomi-san. Now, Sundry Holdings, as a B2C company, your activities, I think, have been are seen by many people towards zero. You have a plan, what you're focusing on. Please share those with us.
Thank you for the introduction. Fukumoto of Suntory. I am responsible for sustainability management. May I have my slide? Next slide, please. So, as of today, for businesses, dealing with climate change is not an option. It is essential, unavoidable. What business Suntory is engaged in, water and farm goods, we are using the blessings of nature, and by production and manufacturing, we create value which is delivered to our customers. That is our business. Because of our business, natural capital is the most important part of our business, natural capital. And our motto is to create harmony with people and nature. This is our corporate mission and philosophy. Create harmony with people and nature is what has been very important for us. The global environment and the nature and all the biological lives, that they can all live together, coexist together in a sustainable manner, and the humanity and both the environment, both becoming prosperous is our goal. And practicing our corporate mission is nothing but sustainability management per se. For the entire group, materiality is identified. 7 themes have been identified as priority. Within our value chain, what is the impact we are causing on the global environment? And through the analysis, these 7 priority themes have been selected. In addition to water, our top priority is dealing with climate change. Next slide, please. More specifically about our measures against climate change, our environmental vision by 2050 to go for net zero. By 2030, in our location, we will halve our emission and 30% reduction for our entire value chain. This is the goal. So our goal is net zero. But what is most important is the interim goal by 2030. In order to realize the interim goal, we have to do what we can do right now. We are a manufacturer, producer. For the entire group across the world, 5 plants are already carbon neutral. The first in Japan, in Nagano, in the city of Omachi, we have the Shinano no Mori plant. This has just started this year, and this is the first net zero factory in Japan. In Europe, we have 4 net zero plants in operation. Thinking about 30 years or 50 years goal, not only longer term goals, but like this year, next year, what can be done in order to clarify the near-term goals regarding renewable energy within fiscal 2022, both in Europe, US, and Japan. In all of our research and production locations across the world, our power will be 100% renewable by 2022. That is our near-term goal. So this is to deal with the emission by our own locations. But looking at the entire value chain, the emission for the entire value chain is much larger than the emission of our locations. Our value chain emission cannot be reduced only by Suntory's effort alone. I will talk later, but we have to work and collaborate with our suppliers. Some of the activities ongoing within the value chain, there are packages which causes a large amount of emission. So we are collaborating with our suppliers in order to make our packaging sustainable. About the PET plastic bottles, from PET bottles to PET bottles, horizontal recycling. And then almost permanently, we can continue to produce PET plastic bottles. By this recycle, from raw material we can eradicate fossil fuel-derived PET bottles. We want to eliminate that by 2030. That is our goal now. I think this will be my first comment. Thank you.
ございました。
So thank you. By 2030, what we can do now. So you're pursuing that. And that was really encouraging. Next, from Tokyo Metropolitan Government, we have a guest, Senior Director, Climate Change and Energy Division, Bureau of Environment, Ogawa Kenji, TMG. In various policies and projects, you have been tackling climate change, as you may all know. Finally, the 2050 carbon neutrality has been declared by the central government. So we hope that you can actually accelerate actions against climate change. So, Ogawa-san, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I am Ogawa from the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Bureau of Environment. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your kind cooperation to the residents of Tokyo region as well as the businesses. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Towards 2050, there is the interim goal by 2030, and the action towards 2030 is very important, as all of you are mentioning. In January, Governor Koike announced that by 2030, Tokyo's emission will go down by half compared to 2000. So she announced the carbon half by 2030. Therefore, in March, zero emission Tokyo strategy has been updated. As is shown on the projection, our effort towards carbon half 2030 is shown. By 2030, the GHG will be reduced inside Tokyo, and also we want to contribute to the reduction of emission outside Tokyo metropolitan area. Energy saving, expansion of renewable energies. In addition to that, as shown on the right-hand side graph, to reduce consumption of natural resources and to use more renewable resources. Next slide, please. %70 of the CO2 emitted in Tokyo comes from buildings, including commercial buildings or housings, all constructions. So considering the timeline by 2030 and then between 2030 and 2050, we have set our targets for new build, zero emission building, zero emission housing. Such specs will be standardized by 2030 for new build. For the standing existing buildings, we want to start the transition to zero emission building, and the preparation should be ready by 2030. Next slide, please. New build going forward. By 2050, half of the standing buildings will be new build, and therefore any new buildings that have to be constructed going forward, what are the specs required? This is what we are thinking hard at this moment. So far, for existing buildings, there is the cap-and-trade system. As for the SME businesses, we have mandated global warming-related reports, but going forward, for the small and medium buildings, to mandate the use of solar energy is under review. As a local government, as the central government also has the zero emission target, what a local government authority can do together with the businesses and the residents of Tokyo, we wish to listen to your opinions, and we would like to work together with all the parties. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're focusing on buildings in terms of the target. At the same time, regarding the time frame, you think about the time frame, and you also look at the coverage or the scope and trying to deepen all those initiatives. I have high expectations. Now, listening to all of you, you are participating in Race to Zero, so not just looking at 2050 target towards 2030. You already started to take actions that gave me a strong impression. Having said that, Race to Zero 2030 target, it's commensurate with 1.5 degree target, and you have to take immediate actions. And also, in Japan, there is this culture of not saying things, but they're actually implementing the actions. And perhaps many of you hesitate to participate in this Race to Zero. You actually have taken actions and making it public. And what are the benefits? What is the significance of Race to Zero? Or some challenges perhaps you might have felt. But if you think that you can somehow do this, please share with us those comments. Ueda-san?
Yes. Housing construction is the area of my business. As Mr. Ogawa from the Metropolitan Government said, decarbonization, energy conservation of the houses is important, but our business activities, decarbonization is very important, and energy conservation is something which we are learning about, and we are participating in Race to Zero. As an SME, with regard to what is difficult, we don't have a dedicated person engaged in these activities. 3 years ago, Ministry of Environment, SME 2 degrees centigrade target, RE100 selected business is what we became, SBT. And we have been receiving consultations, and that was the start. And that was the start of our activities. So on a daily basis, we build houses, and the zero energy and the decarbonization is what we're aiming for. The company itself must decarbonize, and these match quite well. And so we have undertaken this within the company. The approaches were very smooth. Initially, the calculation, because there was no dedicated person doing this, we had to receive consultation services. Hayashi-san, please.
Thank you. The significance of external publication, I think there are several points. I have thought about this. If I were to just pick one, by communicating, we are asset manager. So investees, those companies or our clients, asset owners, or to own ESG, the specialist evaluation organizations, and our peers, other asset managers, but we often use the word investment chain. So those various people involved signaling or getting engaged with those people by external communication, I think that's the biggest point or the significance. So without external communication, in-house, if you do it secretively, and then that engagement or building the momentum will not actually happen or difficult to materialize. I think that's the biggest difference. So why do I bother to discuss these things? As you know, ESG investment has grown so much 2020 last year, and the ESG ratio, it accounts for 36% of the total universe of asset management. Several months ago, we heard that. And on the other hand, ESG investment, is it really contributing to the improvement of sustainability? Does it really have added values? Such discussions are also taking place, I believe. So ESG investment has grown, but maybe nothing has changed. If that should happen now, that would be so disappointing. So far, we've been focusing on ESG investment. We would like to do so. And from that perspective, Race to Zero, contribution to net zero, ESG investment added values in terms of showing that added values. In a way, it's a test at the same time. So communication really matters, in my opinion. Yes, please keep communicating going forward as well. Fukumoto-san.
Thank you. Starting with our hardship, honestly, it was very difficult for us. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. First, the 2050 environmental vision was made, and we spoke about going for net zero. But it was so hard for me to receive understanding in-house. I think this is common to all Japanese businesses, whether we can really achieve such an ambitious target? That was the big question. Backcasting and other technologies, it was so difficult for me to convince in-house, but this year, 1.5 degrees goal has been established. On that occasion, it was very different atmosphere. It's very difficult, so ambitious, but let us have a clear roadmap. We just have to achieve. That was the atmosphere amongst the executives of my company. It was a major change because there were so much disasters. The outside climate had changed so much surrounding us. But as a B2C company, customers are most important. Customers' mindset has transformed. We listen to customers, and customers have changed in the first place. And the mindset of the customers has changed, and the next generation mindset has changed dramatically. And then the companies that do not deal with the climate right at this moment, we will run out of quality human resources in the future. And therefore, as corporate management, it is very important for us to tackle this matter. If I may, one more point. External messaging, I have strongly felt that Japanese companies try to do everything in-house, to do everything on your own. But when it comes to sustainability, single enterprise cannot resolve all the challenges. Partners have to be sought, which means that you have to show your ambition, you have to demonstrate your challenges, the progress. To share your situation with the outside community is very important to find quality partners.
So the past 1 year changes also felt very closely, and in the society, various actors, you're partnering with various actors. I think that's the key word. Ogawa-san, the floor is yours.
Unlike the three private businesses, we are a local government authority announcing zero carbon goal or about declaring a climate crisis. There are many local governments who are standing up and taking action. So Tokyo Metropolitan Government is very encouraged by other local government authorities' actions. As a local government, how to support the business activities is also important. And therefore, as an administration, we need the focus of supporting the businesses in Tokyo. I sincerely hope that businesses will start by declaring your ambitious goals and then think about the action. Time to act is also our slogan. Time to act. So declare and start your action. So that is what we are encouraging and we are also doing. Thank you.
Thank you. From various fields, you have shared with us what you have been doing. It's been so diverse. Now, JCI companies and non-governmental actors, in various areas, various fields, you would have to take action. So given that, diverse actions, listening to what you're doing can be very inspiring to us. So, if you could share with us some characteristics of your activities, something unique to you, please share those with us. Oyama-san.
Well, decarbonization of business activities. One of the pillars is renewable energies in the power that we use. In case of large companies, RE100 is the global initiative which is there. But we are SMEs, so we cannot join RE100. But in Japan, there's the RE action, Renewable Energy 100, which we are participating in. That's where we learned. In 2020 already, we have transitioned to 100 to the renewable energy. We use renewable energy, which is linked to the market. Kyushu is such that, as you know, there has been a long-term period where JPEX price was at the bottom. And so even when market linked, at the peak period, we need to pay heed. But compared to traditional times, 10%, 20%, that has been the reduction since we have started the Renewable Energy 100. And so depending on the demand-supply situation on the market, we use the power utility. So the reduction of cost and Renewable Energy 100 has been achieved both.
So for decarbonization, the market moves must be looked at. You have to sort of incorporate them in thinking about them, and you have already implemented them. Right. Hayashi-san. Regarding the characteristics, if I could just if you could show others the slide, please. Thank you so much. In this fiscal year, at a place for the first time, scenario analysis for climate change. We conducted this analysis. It was encouraging when we look at the results. So let me share that with you. That's why I'd like you to take a look at the slide. So what have we done, actually? ESG, as part of ESG investment, companies' ESG ratings is one of the things we do. And environment rating is included there. Environmental rating, it's our unique rating, but what is the perspective for environment? The company's actions. Is it expected to actually lead to the enhanced enterprise value of that particular company? So, the group of companies that have high environmental scores, their enterprise value, depending on the scenario of temperature increase, what would be the effect? What would be the impact? So these are the estimates. If you look at this, so sorry that it's a busy slide, just to give you the conclusion, 1.5 degree scenario. So towards net zero, the society is really moving on the right track. In this scenario, high environmental rating companies, their enterprise value has a high likelihood to increase. And that's the result. So we have been doing this ESG rating, and this is a new net zero race to zero initiative. In a way, it has high affinity. These are coherent. So that's one of the things we could learn from the results. So race to zero, participating race to zero, and how best to increase enterprise value. How do we combine those? That perspective matters in order to make these activities that are feasible. And that's why I wanted to raise this issue. For other companies, this is something that they can really refer to as a reference point. Please, I would like to encourage you to continue analyzing these. Fukumoto-san, the floor is yours.
As was mentioned, we are a B2C company that we directly face our customers. The customer's mindset has changed. We have to notice that and respond and adapt to the changing consumers. Whether the product is the same or not, what is the attitude of the producer towards the climate and the environment? We feel the reception by the customers. In that regard, transparency is extremely important. There was discussion about scenario analysis, and according to the TCFD, disclosure expansion is of course implemented. In addition to that, what challenges the company is facing and how we are dealing with the challenges, that is even shared by the stakeholders. That would allow us to obtain trust from our customers. The product itself, our products themselves, to reduce carbon, social values are sought by our customers. They look for low carbon products. After all, we make drinks, and therefore it has to be safe and it must taste good and healthy. These are the basic values of our drinking products. But in addition to that, now the customers are demanding social value in the drinks we produce. Therefore, we want to respond to that expectation of our customers. I think it was last year, we have Iemon brand green tea. This is a PET bottle without labels. More than we had expected. The customers highly appreciated. Suntory is so careful about the environment. Our label-less, label-free PET bottle was highly appreciated. Another point. So customers' awareness is changing, which means that this is a positive opportunity for Suntory. Social values will be added on to our products, and Suntory will have another big opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So with customers, you kind of have interactions with customers. That's great. Ogawa-san.
Again, from the public sector, as a local government, Tokyo is one of the local government authorities, so businesses will have to be attracted. We have to be chosen by the businesses for their location. As a system or a mechanism, what can we establish and reduce global warming at the same time? And after all, Tokyo Metropolitan Government is a huge entity itself. Of course, we use a huge amount of power and gas. So we want to decarbonize the energy that we consume. We have to look after the businesses as well as take care of our own energy consumption. Earlier, I discussed in my third slide, and please do return to that slide. We are thinking about new upcoming systems so that we can also encourage businesses to decarbonize. As for reduction by ourselves, our Shinjuku government headquarters, about the power, renewable 100% has been started from 2 years ago. From this year, there are metropolitan schools, including schools for disabled children, and we are also trying to transit to renewable power 100%. At the same time, we want to encourage the residents to use renewable energy, and therefore grouped power purchase is promoted. So although not expensive, renewable power is to be expanded even amongst the Tokyo residents. As a local government authority and also as an entity ourselves, we are trying to work on them.
I mean, time flies, doesn't it? I mean, we are near the end of the session. So regarding future development or next, potential participants in the race to zero, what is your message from each of you? Oyama-san.
I have prepared one last PowerPoint. As a SME, we're not investees, but let me tell you that we do feel the merits. One point, as Suntory talked about the social value of products within housing, decarbonization, energy conservation is such that the ZEH or LCCM housing, life cycle carbon minus housing, these are penetrating. Not the economic value of the products, but we want people to order these houses resonating with our philosophy, and we are seeing that this is happening. And tying up with the stakeholders, regional stakeholders is starting. We have requests for us to speak at local government events or participate in education of junior high schools. And this has already started. This is what I wanted to communicate about. And thirdly, this is for going forward. It will be designating from the other side, but we are a construction company. But there are in upstream equipment manufacturers, global companies such as Rixil and Toto. So we want to collaborate along with them. We will be designating them for partnership.
Thank you, Hayashi-san. Just one word at the end. Net zero, race to zero. These initiatives, in the final analysis, not sitting on the fence, not just seeing what happens, but those people who make early moves, such organizations, such people are more likely to obtain business opportunities or more likely to reduce risks. So the probability for success is likely to increase for early entrants. And those people more people and more organizations would like to start it early, then as a whole, I think it will actually contribute to changing the society as well. So those people, those organizations who are thinking of possible participation, please take into consideration that perspective as well. Thank you so much for having me. Fukumoto-san.
Thank you. As was just discussed, going forward, we want to become a decarbonized society. Within such an envisioned society, there must be sound corporate management, and quick transition is required. For our company, a major challenge for us is to look after the entire value chain, how to realize net zero over the entire value chain. Some of the suppliers who do not have the ambition, or suppliers who are simply not able without resources, some suppliers are not able to target net zero. Rather than severing our ties, we want to work together, support them, and create a net zero resilient supply chain. I wish that many more will participate and work together with us as partners in the race to zero. Thank you.
Ogawa-san?
Mr. Ogawa? Yes, I will be brief. Tomorrow, we do have another event tomorrow, Time to Act. There is an international conference, and JCI representative Sueyoshi-san will kindly join us. Sustainable building and finance and other topics, including hydrogen. There is going to be an event which is webcast tomorrow evening. I invite you to join us online, and we want to act together with all of you. Once again, thank you.
Already, you have started taking actions. Highly conscious people, organizations, and local governments, companies are here towards carbon zero. Various difficulties or obstacles that must be overcome will be experienced by you. To overcome those, co-working is necessary, I believe. To all of you, please do participate in Race to Zero so that we can walk together. I'll be waiting for you to participate in the Race to Zero. So thank you once again for joining us. Thank you. So as a closing, JCI Race to Zero members, or the circle members, messages will be shared with you in a video. And then we would like to move on to the next session, New Challenges of Addressing the Climate Crisis. The moderator is Kakae Takase, Associate Director, CDB Worldwide Japan. So thank you so much. Thank you.
JCI Race to Zero, messages from the members of the Circle. What is the significance of participating in international initiatives such as Race to Zero? EcoWorks, our company name, EcoWorks, embodies the philosophy of our environmental activities. I think most of the companies that participate in this project are large and global companies, but we decided to participate in this project to raise awareness that even small and medium-sized companies.
A truly sustainable
cooperation
society cannot be done by one company or one government alone. It takes a collective effort, including working with our consumers. We believe that Race to Zero is an initiative that can really accelerate our efforts towards this movement globally.
Chiba University of Commerce. It is said that Japanese universities are not active in decarbonization, but we will show that this is not so. By collaborating with universities around the world, we can exchange information and show each other how we can decarbonize. How will you achieve zero? Asahi Group Holdings. As part of our efforts to achieve net zero by 2050, we will introduce renewable energy power to 90% of our production sites by 2025. At the same time, we will strengthen our efforts to reduce CO2 emissions throughout the value chain and aim to achieve Asahi Carbon Zero by 2050. NTT Data Cooperation. We, NTT Data, are working on green innovation using digital technology, not only for the transformation of NTT Data, but also to connect with our global customers and realize a sustainable society through green innovation together with them. We want to achieve zero. Time to act. This is the time to accelerate action. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government will work with cities, businesses, and NGOs to contribute to the decarbonization of the world. This is Yuri Koike, Governor of Tokyo. Join us in the race to a zero world. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Session 2 is what we'd like to begin at this moment. Session 1 talked about companies that have already committed to net zero, companies and local governments. In this session, we would like to ask companies that joined the JCI in the past year, they're yet to be the fresh members of JCI, to what they intend to do and to what extent they have made progress. We would like to have a naked explanation of the present status. Could we have the PowerPoints? First of all, SBT is the initiative, and SBT shows that companies have a target that is commensurate with the Paris Agreement. This SBT initiative is an international initiative, and the CDP, which I belong to, WWF, and other international NGOs have created this. So whether the company targets are sufficient in terms of the Paris Agreement, it is screened from this standpoint. So you either pass or you don't. SBT. What is SBT? There's scope 1 and 2, and then there's a scope 3. I will be explaining that scope 1 and 2 is where directly emissions take place, GHGs, and scope 3 is use of electricity. That happens at power plants, not only electricity, but scope 3 is other than this, the whole of the value chain. So SBT covers scope 3 as well, and it's essential that this is covered. And specifically as to what the categories are under scope 3, supplier emissions, raw materials, and at the level of use of products, the people who are here, if they use automobiles, that will be scope 3 for automotive companies, and emissions of investees would also be included. Today we'll be hearing from JPI, Japan Post Insurance, as an investor, so we'd like to hear more about this. And so by way of self-introduction, the new fresh members of the JCI, we'd like to have them talk about approaches to decarbonization. First of all, SBT 1.5 degrees certified Shionogi, Ms. Masao Okubo, we'd like to hear from her first. So Ms. Kudo, please.
Thank you. Can you show the slide, please? Next, please. Shionogi's policy is to provide the best healthcare solutions that are necessary to always protect people's health. So for the development of health, for more than 140 years, we've been contributing to the development of healthcare. It might sound a bit unfamiliar, but pharmaceutical industry and climate change, just as an example, let me focus on one of the focal areas, therapeutic fields, infectious diseases. With temperature increase, changes of precipitation and its patterns, impact on several infectious diseases have been suggested. Typically, They are malaria and dengue fever owing to the expansion of distribution areas of vectors such as mosquitoes. And several others have also been reported. Germ in tropical, subtropical, seasonal diseases are also affected by global warming, according to reports. Now, COVID-19, even in the post-COVID era, these are considered as risks. As a leading company, tackling infectious diseases, Shionogi is preparing for the next possible pandemic in our R&D. Next page, please. We've been working on the solutions for COVID-19 currently raging, and we are aiming for total action, total care, not just with pharmaceutical products. Just one example. Shionogi have started offering a service that entails regularly monitoring COVID-19 virus concentration in the sewage to survey the infection status in the target area. Regarding this service, this technology can be applied to other infectious diseases for occurrence and expansion of the next pandemic. By detecting and predicting, that we can make contribution to the countermeasures against infectious diseases. Next, we understand the warming affects the diseases that is essential to reduce GHG emissions in the first place. In June 2021, we obtained SBT certification and aim at carbon neutrality by 2050. Regarding emissions of Shionogi, the percentage of scope 3, particularly category 1, related to raw materials procurement, it's indeed significant. So in order to achieve SBT, it's difficult for us alone to achieve the target. We are hoping to achieve the goal together by eliciting cooperation from suppliers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. What motivated you to join JCI?
For one, as I said, climate change. By Shionogi alone, there are so many issues to overcome. Those issues and those troubles, in order to do them, we need a group of people who can work with us. That's one. And there's another. These activities and this communication towards the external community by being active for decarbonization message to our members of the organization is another thing.
Are your employees watching today as well? Yes, they must be in a conference room watching. Thank you very much. Next. We've been talking about SBTs. A level sufficiently lower than 2 degrees. That is what Nissin Foods Holdings is certified for. We have Mr. Kanade Hamamoto, head of the Sustainable Promotion Office of the Corporate Communications.
Thank you for the introduction. I am Hanamoto. First of all, very briefly about our business group. Next page, please. Our company is known for instant noodles, including chicken ramen, including frozen food, chilled food, drinks, as well as confectionery. In the instant noodle area, in 16 countries across the world, we have 36 factories. The typical brand is the cup noodle in the middle. This is consumed and loved in 100 countries. Earth Food Creator is our vision. To deal with environmental social challenges, we wish to create new eating and food culture. ESG, SDGs goals will have to be achieved. In particular, environment-related challenges includes corporate responsibility, and immediate action is required. The top management considers that, and the Earth Food Challenge 2030 was established last year under the top, and the whole of company effort is ongoing. Under our strategy, effective use of resources and dealing with global warming are the 2 pillars. As for the resources, ethical procurement of raw materials, including palm oil, saving water, reducing waste, are included, and in particular, to deal with climate change, reduce CO2 emission, numerical targets are included. In Scope 1 and 2, 30% reduction, Scope 3, 15% reduction, and we have been designated SBT goals. For Scope 1 and 2, many are emitted at our own factories, so renewable energy can be used as replacement. In addition, regarding Scope 3, there is no one single answer to reduce the emission. A variety of efforts will have to be combined to reduce the emission. Next slide. One example of our effort, for example, this is cup noodle, the package. This is now biomass eco cup, which is based on plant. And this is the sealant. After you pour the hot water, there used to be a sealant, and this year we have eliminated this in order to reduce the plastic consumption. As for the noodles, the materials include what we call a mysterious meat, which is alternative meat based on soy beans. So vegetable-based meat and other alternatives are developed. Cultivated meat, not based on animal, is also under research. In addition to that, the palm oil is used for our noodles. Ethical procurement is conducted. It may be little in a cup, but there are a lot of technologies and ethical thinking included in order to reduce CO2. We will continue this kind of effort in order to deliver eco-friendly products to our customers and at the same time to achieve our own environmental goals. That would be my first comment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The last screen showed something which looked very delicious. It's the soy, isn't it, the ingredient? It's very tasty. There are people who did not find it tasty initially, but soy meat as a starter, that's a very good way of starting and to initiate into soy meat. Sustainable palm oil. On sustainable palm oil, how do you determine whether something is sustainable?
We have the recognition system. RSPO certified palm oil is what we are doing. In the United States and Europe already, all of our palm oil are RSPO certified across the world. RSPO certification is 26%. Our goal is by 2030, by using this certification and with our in-house assessment, we wish to transit to 100% ethical procurement.
That's wonderful. From what we hear, RSPO certification, palm oil emits less CO2.
Yes, there are such academic reports, so that will be a contribution to the global warming.
Thank you. And there's a company that's studying being certified as SBT, but in 2050, group-wide zero is the target they have set for themselves. From Obayashi Corporation, ESG, SVG division head, we have Mr. Yoshio Tobiyama. Thank you very much. From Obayashi Corporation, my name is Yoshio Tobiyama. Please show the handout, please. The next screen. The next page, please. We celebrate 130 years of business management, both inside and outside the country. We're doing construction businesses, real estate development, and green energy businesses, what we're doing as well. Consolidated turnover is 2 trillion yen, approximately. As is shown here, in 2011, we have formulated our Obayashi philosophy, the societal agenda. at the time, climate change was what we were aware of. To become a leading company, which is earth-friendly, to become a leading company and to contribute to the realization of a sustainable society toward the achievement of this goal in 2019, Obayashi Sustainability Vision 2050 was revised. We have set the decarbonization as one of the targets for realization of sustainability of the planet, society, and people in 2050. And promoting ESG management on this front, we have set establishing an environmental responsible society, which includes reducing CO2 emissions in construction business and initiatives for renewable energy as one of our ESG materialities. And last year, we have endorsed TCFD and disclosed the results of scenario analysis, including response to climate change. And as has been mentioned earlier, we're working on formulating CO2 reduction targets and specific initiatives to obtain SBT certification by the end of 2021. The next page, please. At the present point in time, what kind of approaches are we taking in terms of CO2 reduction? First of all, low-carbon materials, energy-saving construction, fuel-saving construction machinery, and use of CO2-free electricity, and the decarbonization in construction sites, and decarbonized construction penetration, low-C material, and energy-saving construction, fuel-saving construction machinery, and that CO2-free electricity. And also ZEB construction, timber construction, and the long-life buildings. We are working on all of these. The next page, please. And the other pillar is providing green energy solutions. This is an area of focus for us. From 2012, we've been working on renewable energy power generation on the domestic scene in 30 locations. In total, 154 megawatts is the generating capacity that we have through all our facilities. Going forward, large-size offshore wind and geothermal and small hydropower is what we intend to use and turn into business. And hydrogen manufacturing, storage, next generation technology is what we are keeping our eye on in terms of business development. And we're doing technological development for regional implementation of hydrogen power generation and construction of a social implementation model in Kobe City. And in Oita Prefecture in New Zealand, we've done field tests of construction of hydrogen supply chains using geothermal power generation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. You're not a fresh member. It's a very whole-scale approach that you're taking. The local scene decarbonization, you've talked about that. We look at construction sites quite often. It looks quite difficult, doesn't it? You use oil-based material. If you use solar, can you use solar energy in construction sites? Is that a possibility? Solar power generation is something that we do. We have the know-how. Technologically speaking, we can do it. But in building, we have to listen to the requests of our customers, and that's very important. If there are requests from the customer, depending on the order, we can accommodate. But then there are conditions for building depending on the locality. We have to consider the request of the customer and the situation on the local scene. If conditions permit, we feel that we can do it. But at the present point in time, various factors lead to increase in cost. With hopes for the future, we want to have requests from the customers. If there is a request and demand from the society, technology will advance, and with that, demand will probably increase. And if it increases, we can expect a reduction in prices. Thank you very much. I hope that Obayashi Corporation will receive orders with a request to use solar power. Well, I can't do it. I am just recommending other people place orders to that effect. In April of this year, to reduce emissions to net zero by 2050 has been announced by ANA. And we have Ms. Masao Okubo, Vice President, Sustainable Management Department, Director of Corporate Sustainability, ANA, who will be speaking. Thank you.
Can you show the slide, please? Today, because of time limitations, I will just skip the introduction overview of the company. As ANA Group, what we're doing in tackling environmental issues. Next page, please. Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 have been mentioned several times. As you can imagine, we are flying aircraft. So in terms of our industry, Scope 1, that's overwhelmingly the bulky part of our emissions. And this time, by fiscal year 2050, realizing carbon neutrality, that effective zero emissions is part of the target. In Scope 1, CO2 emissions from aircraft, that accounts for 99%. The remainder is 1%. So from aircraft and then non-aircraft, you can see the categories. But the major ones, by flying aircraft, CO2 emissions, that's the bulkiest part of our emissions. Next page, please. Just looking at our industry, what we're doing. People say that in this industry, this is a sector where it's difficult to reduce emissions. So by 2050, how best we can realize carbon neutral? There are actually 4 ways to do so. First, on the top, utilizing SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. Biojet fuel might ring a bell in your mind. Other than biomass, there are many other kinds. Now, compared with the fossil fuel derived jet fuel, this is a sustainable aviation fuel. Then this is the major issue. And then also technological renovation of aircraft. For instance, energy efficient aircraft. And also in the future, driven by electricity or driven by hydrogen is another possibility. Number 3, improvement in terms of operation. So wash engine with water, and then having creative ideas for operation. Those are low-profile efforts, but with these 3, it's still not enough. Then utilizing ETS. These are the pathways in our industry, airline industry. Next page, please. Still, in the airline industry, because of the COVID-19, the production volume has decreased, but post-COVID, this is the area that the production volume is likely to increase. And aiming at carbon neutrality is indeed an ambitious target. And I talked about SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. CO2 emissions can be reduced by using SAF, this fuel. How best we can utilize this SAF as a fuel? It's a major point, but globally, it's used only 0.01% in the industry. So for us, this is a major point, but the supply volume, it's little. There is shortage as ANA Group. Japan, we don't have commercialized SAF, but from 2019 fiscal year, in the delivery made from brought from overseas, for instance, LanzaTech SAF was used in 2020. Finnish company called Neste, it was imported and then mounted here in Japan. In terms of domestic production, Olympics and Paralympics, NEDO had a project, domestically produced SAF as a biojet fuel. This was used from a regular flight from Haneda Airport. But in this sense, very important pathway to reach carbon neutrality. How best we can make sure that we could get the supply of SAF. That's important. Low and steady, we have started using this, but procurement, and then until we actually put them on the aircraft, we need to establish the supply chain. Little by little, we have been building a track record. And also, we are not producing them, so how best we can ask others to do so, not just waiting, but with those producers and also with the people in the government. We need to involve them in terms of quantity and quality and also at the stable prices. Those are the areas that we have been working on. Friday last week, together with JAL, joint report was issued there about the situation of SAF, our situation of the airline industry. All the stakeholders need to tackle this. That's what the report said. Towards carbon neutrality, we need to create an environment that allows us to do so towards that overarching objective. We would like to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miyata, for that. 0.01%. That is the only percentage that the SAF or SAF accounts for within the totality of the fuel. When you target carbon neutral, a considerable amount would be something you wish to purchase. Is that right? Yes. Yeah, we want to purchase, and we hope that the supply will be there at a stable price. If that is properly supplied, not only one company, but the aviation industry as a whole, if it uses it, a sustainable transportation means is what we want to establish, and that would be very important. Thank you very much. For those of you who are watching, it's a major business opportunity. So if you could develop 0.01%, if you look at this figure, 40 years ago, when I started studies on climate change, renewable energy was about that amount. And since then, renewable energy has expanded in power generation. So I would urge that you invest in this area of SAF. And last but not least, thank you very much for waiting. In May, JPI, the Japan Post Group, aimed for net zero in 2050. We have Mr. Takayuki Haruna, Managing Executive Officer and Co-Chief Investment Officer of the Japan Post Insurance Company, decarbonization of the group as a whole. And within the insurance business, how do you intend to go about realizing decarbonization? Thank you very much. My name is Haruna from JPI. As has been introduced, institutional investors. I'm probably the only representative of financial institutions. So I'd like to talk about the group as a whole, but we'd like to talk about the ESG investment and the approaches we're taking, also taking into consideration decarbonization trends. The first slide, please. This slide shows the ESG investment that we have been making in the past. In a time series, we show the ESG investments that we have made. Originally, our organization was a public entity, and that was privatized, and that was the backdrop. And 1 in 5 persons in Japan have policies of our insurance company. 23 million is the number. So as an insurance company, rather than an asset owner, we're a universal owner. We have such a responsibility. And with such an attitude, we're moving forward with asset management. And as a result, the decarbonization ESG approaches has become a basic philosophy in our culture. It has affinity to our corporate philosophy and culture. And various initiatives have been taken, UNPRI, TCFD. We have endorsed both of these, and JCI, joining JCI seemed a natural thing to do. It was taken for granted that we do this. And climate change brings about situations where it affects people's lives, and it has a health impact. In terms of a life insurance company, we feel that this is a very important theme that we should take up. Next slide, please. This slide is JPI's ESG investment framework, a broad brush framework. On the left-hand side is the base priority initiative themes. There are 3 of these. One of them is a contribution to environmental protection, and naturally, dealing with climate change is a very important factor, and I'm sure you're aware of this. Of total assets, 70 trillion of this. Securities is 60 trillion. So investment in securities accounts for a large percentage, as I mentioned, was mentioned before. Category 3, or Scope 3, Category 10. That is what this is. So GHG measurement here is a very important area that we should achieve, including SBT certification for the group as a whole. We think this is a very major challenge. As an institutional investor, in terms of measurement, Scope 3 must be measured, and we have to feed this into the next approach. And that is the target that we have set for ourselves for the time being. The next slide, please. This slide shows on the left-hand side, Scope 1, and the right-hand side, Scope 3, what we are engaging in under each at the moment. As I just mentioned, the securities that we own is a huge amount, and there are diverse categories to do GHG measurement on all of these. That is a very tough work. It requires a lot of time and work, and also we have to, a lot of cost is incurred. But this is something that we have to do, and so we're moving ahead with this. Universal owner, that is our position. When we think of this, on the left-hand side, I have written engagement with the investees. We have to engage with them, and if decarbonization is insufficient with regard to a sector or with regard to a company, it's not that we do. In some cases, some investors would disinvest or divest, but on our part, the approaches toward decarbonization is something that we want to support through finance, and so through engagement, the approaches from the financial standpoint, we want to encourage to the investees, and I believe that's the responsibility of the universal owner, and we feel that we have to fulfill our responsibility in that capacity. Thank you. That is all. Thank you very much. 70 trillion yen approximately is the money that you manage. When you make the decision to invest, how do you make that decision? How do you evaluate, and how do you make that decision? Of course, the pure return is there. That's one thing. But ESG or decarbonization, when it comes to these things, as mentioned before, the company, how have they steered toward decarbonization? And that is what we look at through engagement. We confirm that. And that's the starting point. And of course, naturally, external assessment institutions and SBT, it would be important factors for determination. Respective companies have their respective circumstances, so we take that into consideration to respond and to make decisions. Thank you. That is companies that have had a large emissions, or sectors that have a large emission. Rather than that, you look at whether companies have steered in the direction of decarbonization. So that sounds like a message to all of you to make that change, to steer toward decarbonization. We have had fresh members of JCI introduce themselves and the company. As amount of emissions, we have had answers from CDP, and Scope 1 is 13 million. ANA has the largest emission. On the other hand, in emissions through investment, Scope 1, it's 700 times with regard to Scope 1. JPI's Scope 3, Category 15, would be a huge amount. That can be expected. So companies in all sectors are steering toward decarbonization, and that I think became very clear. So I'd like to ask questions. Decarbonization, steering toward the decarbonization. When it comes to decarbonization, what about cost? Can that be done? That is a discussion that we often hear. Actually, having steered in the direction of decarbonization, what are your impressions? What are your experiences as a result of steering toward decarbonization? Kudo-san, please.
At Shionogi, we already, with the SBT target reduction that has already been conducted, so we steered into this direction. In setting the SBT targets, in the process, the current status, targets are looked at, and the gap has become clarified, and also what the measures we can we studied them, and then we were able to get into the implementation phase, which was good. And regarding SBT, after the certification, we made the declaration, so we were aligned in terms of the vector in-house. On the other hand, regarding our company, including domains, expansion of the business is one of the things we intend to do. So in that perspective, towards decarbonization management strategy, there's quite a lot of uncertainty, making it difficult to make a forecast. So there are some difficulties and challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Hanamoto-san, please.
At our company, there was the powerful initiative by the top executive that it is a corporate responsibility to deal with this area. So the company itself started immediately because of the very strong initiative of the top leaders. By tackling these challenges, because we produce daily goods like food to our customers, the assessment by our customers is expected to rise. Therefore, as we engage in marketing, day by day, we recognize that the awareness of the consumer is rising. So we also have to change our mindset. Thank you.
Thank you. Tobiyama-san, please. At our company, as I explained earlier, with regard to environment, the approaches that we have been taken quite early. SBT certification toward this, we are working a more specific numerical target in having that to proceed with the construction business to steadily reduce numbers is not easy. That is what we keenly feel. And so this flow and this trend should not be stopped. We should be very positive about being realistic in materializing these numbers. And this is something that we'd like to work on going forward. There are companies which are leading, and they have set their targets. As a construction industry, the bar is quite high, and that is what I'm feeling. Thank you. Miyata-san, please.
By fiscal year 2050, achieving carbon neutrality in the society, as a company that can be recognized by the society, I think it's necessary for us to first show this kind of approach, but it's ambitious. So what will be the pathway to achieve this? There is a high hurdle. Regarding cost, there's a short-term view, and as you mentioned, including renewable energy, in the long-term view, what will be the movement in the society? How will the society move? Initially, you may have a cost perspective, but when there are changes in the society, being able to respond, being prepared. So preparation is what we're talking about. Regarding the SAF fuel, it's very expensive at the moment. Along those activities, if you look at the single year cost and response to society, you have to strike a balance as a corporate responsibility. But in the long-term view, in the long-term view, doing business and with environmental regulations are likely to change, being able to respond to them. So you need to have the long-term perspective as well, and setting the targets along that line.
Thank you. Haruna-san, please. Yes. From the eyes of an institutional investor, Scope 3 would be the target of measurement. As I mentioned before, if you look at this alone, it's a tough task. But as I mentioned before, if you look at this as an investor, a decarbonization, the trend itself, is an opportunity in terms of investment. It gives rise to opportunities. And so I've been listening to the other speakers, and these are companies that are positive about taking approaches, and their growth potential would be something that we'll be evaluating potentially as a target. So it's not a bad thing. I believe it's an environment where we will see opportunities. Thank you. I've listened to all of you, and it seems that it's not something one company alone can do. You have the customers and suppliers and investees, and then you have a long-term perspective, which is very important. And I think that has emerged out of this. So rather than the cost, perhaps the opportunities are greater in comparison to cost. Who agrees with me? The opportunities are greater than the cost. I'm sorry I put you on the spot. Going forward in the long run. Thank you. Everyone has raised their hand. Maybe I've made it obligatory to, I forced them to raise their hand. We're quickly running out of time. So last but not least, if everyone can give us messages from our viewers to the participants, or there's a multi-stakeholder session which follows this. The next generation youths will be participating. People in different capacities will be participating. And that's the good thing about JCI. It's not just companies, but various people and people in various positions can participate. So could we have a message to all of these people through all of you, please?
Right. Government of Japan made a carbon neutrality declaration, and the industry's attitude on climate changes have changed significantly. Consumers, markets are likely to change more and more. That's how I feel. In various sectors, and people from different perspectives, they all work together for decarbonization. And I hope that's what's going to happen, and that's my expectation. And also, regarding those measures for decarbonization, companies who are really active, or the products that are active in addressing that, they can be supported, they can be evaluated. If the society changes to that direction, that'd be great. And also, we would like to make our own bit to make a contribution in our activities.
Thank you. Hanamoto-san, please.
Our product is what you eat every day. It is basic food. So it is a tiny little product like this, but this does include a lot of devices. There are lots of our feeling and emotions in our tiny product. If you choose our product, we want to be a positive contribution to the society, and that is the request of the consumer, so we want to respond to that in our daily marketing activities. The consumption behavior of all of you is the strongest message for us, and therefore we ask for your very kind consideration in the selection of your product. Thank you.
Yano-san, please. Tobiyama-san, please. On decarbonization approaches, going forward, the next generation, to provide them with a more affluent Earth, to protect the Earth so that it'll be more affluent in the future. For all persons, they'll be asked to act and implement with this in mind, and we are aware of this as an important challenge. The importance of this has to be educated broadly in society, and we have to answer to the request from society. So along with the supply chain, we'd like to proceed with approaches for decarbonization. And we want to penetrate and disseminate this thinking throughout the society. Thank you.
2050 carbon neutrality. That's a challenging target. And to achieve this, it also holds true for SDGs number 17, collaboration. What we have been doing so far, the ways of doing things, we need to think out of the box, what kind of a novel collaboration we can actually have that can really serve greatly for all of you, all of us who are here, representing different positions. But by working together, I hope that we can make a breakthrough in this big challenge. Thank you.
Haruna-san, please. As I mentioned at the outset, there's a huge number of policy holders, and we're supported by them. And with the premiums, valuable premiums, we invest this money and our funds so that this is beneficial to the society. We have to invest appropriately. And the government and businesses or universities and academia, we want to deepen our ties so that for a sustainable society, we want to build a track record. That is the approach we want to take. Thank you very much. Session 2. In this session, it came out very clearly that one person or one entity alone cannot do the task. The customers' voices, the customers' behavior toward consumption would be the source of action by companies. In the next multi-stakeholder session, we'll have people in diverse walks of life and diverse capacities will be participating. So lastly, JCI Race to Circle, we hope that you will all join. I'd like to urge you to join. Thank you very much to all.
By 2050, net zero, minus 46% by 2030, and even ambitious for 50% reduction. That is the announcement by the government of Japan. The 1.5 degrees, in order to achieve, all sectors, all actors will have to work together and accelerate our efforts. This is the third panel session. And this is the multi-sectors aiming for change. We have religious organizations, consumers organizations, or media. This is a diverse session. We will listen to very different sectors and how multi-sectors can work together, co-work and collaborate to deal with the matter. The possibility will be discussed. I have the honor to serve as the moderator from WWF Japan. I am Ken Tanaka. We will take the stage.
Hi. それではセッション3。
This is session 3. We have 4 panelists. First of all, I would like to ask what you are doing by way of self-introduction. First of all, from Soka Gakkai Peace Committee, Executive Director Mr. Nobuyuki Asai. Back in 2019, we joined ourselves together at the United Nations Climate Summit in New York in 2019. And at Soka Gakkai International Network, you have been active in the climate-related activities. So today, on behalf of the religious organization, it is a huge network, Soka Gakkai. We would like to learn what you are doing. Thank you for the kind introduction. I am Asai. May I have my slide, please? Basically, there are 4 points which I will discuss. First of all, transition to renewable energy and to join RE action. So first of all, we ourselves have to do what we ought to do. So the use of power to transit to renewable has been decided, and we were invited to join RE action. So we have joined, and we have 1,200 halls across Japan. We have not managed to transit for all the buildings, but we are going step by step in order to transit to renewable power. And the next is to raise awareness of our members by movie, organ newspapers, and online events. We have a Seikyo Shimbun newspaper, which is Seikyo Gift. We have been focusing on environment and peace regularly, but in the last 2 years or so, we are particularly focusing on climate change. And every week, also, we carry articles by experts. We report environment-related activities. Ms. Hiroko Kuniya and Representative Sueyoshi, they have appeared in our newspaper. And we have member actresses, and they have also appeared. In the middle of the picture, this is our awareness-raising movie. And 110,000 clicks. So it has been popular, it has been shown at our viewing sessions. So quite a lot of people have observed this. And we have the youth division. They are using SNS technologies to advocate amongst the younger generation. Our awareness raising is expanding. My next slide, please. The third point is we are appealing to the domestic politicians. You may be aware that we have a special relationship with the Komeito political party. We often engage in discussions. More recently, regarding climate, we are asking the political party Komeito to be earnest. And at the central government level, at the local government level, we have opportunities to ask. When Suga administration was launched last year, within the agreement between LDP and Komeito for the ruling coalition, for the first time, they included establishment of decarbonized society, and there has been a lot of progress. In the local government level, many local governments are declaring that they will become net zero in the future. However, it's not only Soka Gakkai's effort, but it is a result of all other actors. At the same time, whether the ruling coalition of LDP and Komeito are doing enough, there's a big question. But as a Soka Gakkai, we are going to appeal as much as possible. The fourth point is our advocacy activities at the United Nations and others. UNFCCC or at COP conferences, together with other religious organizations and NGOs, we are working together. At the upcoming COP26, the British organizations are taking the leadership, and a variety of activities are in the plan. Thank you so much. Thank you. So you mentioned about transiting to renewables, and you have joined RE Action. EcoWorks, President Oyama mentioned that RE Action is to promote transition to 100% renewable energy, and this is a domestic initiative, and Soka Gakkai is a member of this. And you have an extensive Soka Gakkai network. You are active in the political arena and appealing to the government level. Thank you very much. And next is Miss Suzuka Nakamura, Youth for Earth, Youth for One Earth. She is with us online. She represents Friday. She is a member of the Fridays for Future activities, and today she will introduce the platform where she is working for multiple organizations representing Youth for One Earth. So what is the movement of the Japanese youth? That will be introduced. Nakamura-san.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kagoshima University, I'm a sophomore, and I've been an activist among the students, Nakamura Suzuka. 3 organizations, youth organizations who are tackling societal matters. One participating in this Youth for One Earth, and from that perspective, I'd like to participate. Can you show the slide, please? So why the youth people are speaking up? Youth are speaking up. Why are we speaking up? If we look at as a generational disparity compared with the adults, for longer term, they are likely to be affected. We are likely to be affected. So more actively directly working on politics. That's what we do. Especially we, Japanese. Well, we are also a member of the industrialized country, so we should be responsible and speak up. We don't have voting rights. And for us to participate in the politics, well, these are the people whose voices are unlikely to be heard, but we would like to encourage those people to participate. Former Environment Minister Koizumi, we exchanged views, and also in the National Government Commission's the subcommittee on tackling climate change. As unsworn witnesses, we participated, and also to revise the law to promote climate action. We also participated in those committees, delivering our voice directly to the national politics. I think that's one of the reasons why our activities have become more positive. Next, all the citizens from nationwide gather and then speak up on the grassroots, irrespective of the age, online, taking actions, particularly by the youngsters. Globally, at the Simultaneous Action 2021, September 24th, last month, it was conducted, and 107 climate actions were implemented in various parts of Japan. The hashtag, you can't just turn a blind eye to climate crisis. We conducted a SNS demonstration. Within 4 hours, 8,000 messages were received. I think many voices were heard. Now, partly because of COVID-19, online has become the mainstream. I live in Kagoshima, but in non-Tokyo areas, people can find it easy to participate in terms of what we do. I'm looking forward to today's.
Thank you, Ms. Nakamura. So when we hear youth organization, we imagine something like a strike or grassroots organization. But as we heard, the actual voice of the young generation is directly delivered to the political members by SNS. Quite a large amount of members are joining. So forum, opportunity to listen to and deliver the voice of the younger generation is increasing and important. And next, inviting Ms. Chisato Murakami, Chair of a Committee on Environment, Council Advisor of Nippon Association of Consumer Specialists, NACT. From the consumer's perspective, she is engaged in a dissemination of the information, and the voice of consumers is also her area of work. She is also the member of the Subcommittee on Basic Policy for the Advisory Council on Natural Energy and Resources. Ms. Murakami. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. I am the consultant and counselor of NACS, Nippon Association of Consumer Specialists. I will discuss from 2 positions. So first, indeed, NACS is the abbreviation of Nippon Association of Consumer Specialists. So I am engaged in education and enlightenment of consumers. Another hat I wear is I am the director of Institute for Dialogue on Environmental Policy. We engage in citizens' assembly on climate change. First about NACS, the consumers specialist. Advisors is the bridge between companies and consumers. This was established by Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and we are qualified. Consultants or counselors are qualified to be counselors for a consumer consultation at the public organizations. We have 2,400 qualified persons working across Japan, and there are 7 branches across Japan. We consult consumers, we educate consumers. When we talk about advocacy and enlightenment, you may think about supporting consumers to avoid troubles, but from the 1990s, Green Consumer Campaign has also been part of our effort. At NACS, the key word is to know the life cycle of products at the time of purchase, from the procurement through production until disposal. We appeal to the consumers to think about the life cycle, to select products that have the least burden on the environment, least the problem of human rights. We organize workshops or have discussion sessions, and more recently, ethical consumption or avoiding food loss and waste are spreading across the members. By 2050, our effort was carbon neutral. It was about 1 year ago. That was the timing when the Japanese government started to revise the basic energy plan, and therefore we decided that we want consumers to be more interested. We started a lecture series of carbon neutral series. 1.5 degrees lifestyle. This is the report by IGES, Institute of Global Environmental Strategies. 60% of the focusing on the footprint of household, more than 60% is due to our lifestyle, our behavior, and in particular, housing, food, mobility and transportation. These are the three big areas at household where the emission is the largest, so we teach how the consumers can think about and reduce emission. Carbon footprint emitted by the consumers is huge, and therefore it is very significant that the change in behavior by consumers is meaningful. So to teach how to change, and consumers alone cannot change because without the product they cannot purchase, without information they cannot make the choices. Or it could be possible that non-eco-friendly products are much cheaper, and therefore advocacy will not work, and therefore the consumers will have to appeal to the companies and the administration so that the consumers can change their purchase and consumption behaviors. Another effort about the Citizens' Assembly on Climate Change I will discuss later. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So the choice by the consumers to advocate so that the consumers make better choices or correct selections. And more recently, because of the carbon neutral trend, there is increasing focus on carbon neutral. So we heard about the Citizens' Assembly, and she will talk to us about that later. Thank you for the initial comments. And next, from the city of Kyoto, from Do Kyoto Promotion Office Director, Mr. Hirofumi Yano. Following last year's JCAS 2020, they are represented. As Ken O'Flaherty's video told us, as of March this year, as the first member from Japan, the city of Kyoto has joined the Powering Past Coal. In the last 1 year, how their actions have changed, Mr. Yano.
Thank you. My name is Yano, Director of Project Promotion Global Environment Policy of Kyoto City. As a local government, the approaches we're taking is what I'd like to explain. Please show the slides. In Kyoto City 2 years ago in May, ahead of the other local governments, so we announced its commitment to zero emissions by 2050. And last year, we adopted the Global Warming Countermeasure Ordinance and formulated a new Global Warming Countermeasures Plan in March this year as an action plan until 2030. In this plan, 2030 plan is 40% or more, but based on this national target the government announced last month, we will aim for 46%. That is what we announced. And toward the achievement of this, a citizen's lifestyle transformation, business, energy, mobility, these are the 4 areas where we will be taking measures. And efforts to change the lifestyle will be discussed later. In the area of business conversion, measures have been strengthened, such as raising the reduction target according to the scale of business. With regard to energy conversion, we're the only one in Japan to promote initiatives such as expanding the obligation to install renewable energy equipment in buildings and introducing an obligation for architects to explain the benefits of renewable energy equipment. And these are the approaches which we are promoting. In the area of mobility transformation, we will promote the further diffusion of next-generation vehicles. From these 4 transformations, 2 initiatives I'd like to introduce. The next slide, please. One is an initiative aimed at changing lifestyles. Last month, the Kyoto City launched the Kyoto Decarbonized Lifestyle Promotion Team in order to shift to a lifestyle that will be zero in 2050. And we need to develop backcasted goals for 2030 and actions that we want the citizens to take. And the aim is to create a project from the business side to induce it. And the purpose of this of this team was to generate projects. We would like to think together about what we can do for the future and aim for the movement to practice new lifestyles to spread like a citizens' movement. The next slide, please. The other initiative is aimed at transforming energy. Kyoto has a population of 1.46 million, and it consumes a lot of energy. And so the city signed a partnership agreement with Aizu Wakamatsu City in Fukushima Prefecture, being a big consumer of energy, and with which Kyoto has a long-standing relationship to promote the use of renewable energy. We have a joint purchasing project of renewable energy, Eden. And so the renewable energy generated in Fukushima, more than 35% of this would be leveraged by ourselves. And the citizens can purchase, and so this is the first system in Japan where citizens can purchase renewable energy from the partner company. Through this collaboration, we'd like to strengthen the supply system of renewable electricity while aiming to create regional vitality of residents and local companies on both sides. Renewable energy is such that they are unevenly distributed as regional resources. We would like to build a model of a supply system for renewable electricity in cooperation with regions with abundant renewable energy resources. That's about all with regard to present approaches. Thank you.
Thank you. To go to zero emission by 2050, but not only that, even towards the goal of 2030. With the engagement of the citizens, there are new projects and collaboration with other local government have been initiated. Race to Zero is a part of your activity, and therefore, as a local government authority, it is very encouraging. Thank you for the initial round of remarks. If I may ask the first question. So by 2050, zero and minus 46% or 50% by 2030, according to government of Japan. In the last 1 year, we have heard about how business enterprises have transformed. And amongst your organizations here, I am sure that major changes have happened. What changes have you felt in the last 1 year? And what are the challenges or the achievement or the results? So first, Mr. Yano.
I mentioned this a bit earlier. 2 years ago, the Kyoto governor declared zero emissions in 2050. First, the city mayor to do that. Ordinances and plans have been worked out of this. And this has overlapped with the central government's developments. And what we felt as a result of this was that based on new plans, businesses and their obligations were added. So for the businesses, we had to ask for cooperation from them. And because the central government's developments overlapped with what we're doing, it was a tailwind for us. And for the businesses, we conducted an awareness survey for businesses this fiscal year, and about 70% of businesses responded that they feel that social changes toward decarbonization are accelerating in their business, indicating changes within business. And so that was the response we got. Among the businesses, we are seeing changes as well, therefore. And for the citizens, we have done questionnaire surveys. And they have a sense of crisis with regard to global warming. 80% of the citizens responded to this effect. And several years ago, the percentage was a little bit over 50%. So in the past several years, a sense of crisis has increased. And so that's the change we're feeling. And so in terms of our achievements, in response to these changes, businesses' reduction targets have been raised, and the renewable energy introduction obligations have been strengthened, and countermeasures have been strengthened, and we were able to do that toward the 2050 net zero. We want to steadily make progress. And as for challenges, I talked about citizens' awareness and heightened awareness among citizens and SMEs. How do we work on them, and what do we work on them about? For the citizens, lifestyle visions, which would lead to net zero in 2050. We want to share our thoughts so that they can take a concrete action. Decarbonized lifestyle promotion team also wishes to point to a proper direction for SMEs. Starting this year, medium-size emitters must report according to an energy consumption report system. And with SMEs associations, we would like to build a model of energy efficiency and conservation measures in cooperation with business organizations for lateral expansion. We'd like to support the decarbonization of small and medium-sized enterprises by focusing on these initiatives by business scale.
Thank you. Indeed, in the last 1 year, you have strongly felt the tailwind and how to spread it to individual citizens and to small and medium-sized organizations. You have expanded your activities. So citizens are, of course, consumers. What are the changes in the consumers, please? Thank you. In the world of educating consumers, because of the SDG trend, ethical consumption is becoming active. These activities, of course, are useful to mitigate climate impact, but my impression is that energy saving or renewable, they are not highlighted enough. However, because of the carbon neutral declaration by the government, what I feel is there is an overwhelming increase of decarbonization-related media reports, and therefore, finally, consumers have started to become more interested in this matter as well as energy consumption. When interest rises, challenges are identified. Just the other day, from a consumer education group, they have asked us that they want to hold a study session on renewable energy. They were hesitant whether they can recommend the use of solar panels to the consumers. The reason is because on the rooftop, how much size of the roof will enable recovery of the investment, so the return was a big question. And in the past, we had some problem. There was some troublesome sales of solar heat water heater. So they were concerned that consumers could be called to troublesome sales, or whether they were recycle of end-of-life panels. They were concerned about creating new environmental problems. And therefore, what I answered was, despite your hesitation, despite your concerns, I explained that rooftop solar panels are useful and necessary. At the same time, I would like to ask the government of Japan to implement policies to alleviate the concerns of the councillors, and there must be tools that are easy to understand. Another challenge, the other day, we held a study session on the draft of the 6th Energy Basic Plan in order to prepare our public comment. And what I heard was, even hearing the word decarbonized society, it is difficult to envision what kind of a lifestyle it is going to be or how the behavior has to be changed. This was mentioned by the city of Kyoto. Not only asking the government to do something, but we consumers have to learn ourselves, and we ourselves have to think about our future vision about what kind of life and world we want to create. Thank you. Indeed, amongst the consumers, there are many people who are becoming interested in this area, so consumers are raising their voices, asking for more, and probably similar ground swelling is occurring in the younger generation. Ms. Nakamura?
Thank you. Let me see. Among the youngsters, 2 years ago, since I was a senior in the high school, I've been engaged in these activities. The people who work, they have actually increased by tenfold. I've been surprised, and I'm so encouraged. Regarding the results there too, I think more places to deliver our voices. I really feel this, honestly. Ministers or going to the diet, various people are now being able to participate. Other achievement, things are conducted online, as I said before. Even if you are in non-Tokyo areas, the rural areas, various kinds of people, new layers of people are reached to have more movement, and the sense of crisis can be shared. But there are some issues, or many issues actually. More places are now become available, but has that been translated into actions? Because what we need is real countermeasures, not just words. We need to walk the talk. But has that been done? Not necessarily. Oh, we've just listened to the voices of the youth. I think many youth feel that it's just being used, exploited. Another thing is that on online, I believe that there has been some expansion of the activities, but it has saturated. Under the COVID-19, we've been now doing these activities for 2. I think we already reached people who are reachable. So companies, local governments, offline. In envisaging the future, I think offline activities will become once again important.
Thank you. Indeed, that was a stimulating comment. To deliver the youth generation, there are increasing forum, but then the question is whether the voices are listened to seriously. That is up to the older generation. Indeed, that was a very straightforward comment from the youth, whether we are carefully listening and understanding. Mr. Asai, at Soka Gakkai, RE action, our transition to renewable energy, there was internal procedures last year in April or May. That was the time when COVID pandemic was becoming very serious. So transition to renewable, there were skepticism like whether we can really do that or whether we want to do such an ambitious transformation when the pandemic was spreading. But in the last 1 year, we are glad that we started that effort, and many more members are saying that we should do more. We should have done, and we did. I mentioned about Seikyo Shimbun newspaper, and when we hold online events, everybody understands the problem, so they want to know what each of them can do. That is the demand. According to our bulletin newspaper, traditionally we try to provide information from the consumer's perspective, but going forward, we want to take diverse perspectives, including producers' positions and others. We are a religious sector. It's not only about the last 1 year, but in the last 10 years or so, particularly in the Western countries, there has already been very high attention on the environment. I think it was 2014. The Pope issued the notification to more than 1 billion Catholics across the world, and there was an impact from the Vatican, and there was a review of financial investment. And even this month, again, Vatican has organized religion and science and has delivered the message to the chair of COP26. Compared to that, Japan still has a long way to go. Of course, I understand there are 4 religious organizations as members of the JCI, and I understand that they are all interested, they are all very enthusiastic to do something, so I sincerely hope that we can do more together. Thank you very much. Whatever the sector, I understand that there is rising momentum, rising attention and interest over dealing with this matter. In order to accelerate the endeavors, I think it is sector-to-sector collaboration and co-working. In my next question, I might ask you for a concise response. So, about sector-to-sector collaboration. Inside the sector, what kind of collaboration are there? Both in your sector and between different sectors would be my question. May I start with Ms. Murakami? Thank you. I have said that we try to deliver the voices of the consumers to the government. At the NPO that I'm a member of, together with experts and the Center for Global Warming, I want to talk about the Citizens' Assembly on Climate Change. You may have heard already, but the government of France and the British Parliament have started from 2019, and this is a conference to offer policy recommendations on climate change by randomly selected citizens through in-depth discussion. Japan was stimulated, and our assemblies have started. In Hokkaido last year, Citizens' Assembly Sapporo was organized, led by Hokkaido University, and this year Japan Youth Conference has organized the Japanese version of Youth Climate Conference, and the other day a recommendation has been finalized. I am engaged in the Global Warming Center of Kawasaki, Citizens Meeting for Decarbonizing Kawasaki. We started our preparation for March. We invited 3,000 randomly selected citizens, and in fact 90 citizens showed interest. We took the balance of age, gender, residential area, and finally about 70 persons were invited. There were a series of 6 events, and we are about to finalize our recommendation. In addition to that, the city of Kawasaki has their own basic plan for the promotion of measures against global warming, and they want to revise. So the citizens' voice will be reflected in the city of Kawasaki plan. So such proposals include working together with other sectors, and I hope that this recommendation will indeed trigger further collaboration. Thank you, Ms. Nakamura.
Right. As an example, NGO and company, by collaborating with them, I said that society climate action, that as I said before, reaching various kinds of people in that aspect, I think it's important. We are the youth, and from the connection with the other people, I think there are 3 things. First, NGO and scientists' voices, because youth has limited knowledge, inexperience compared with adults. So if you could share with the youth their expertise, the specialty, that's meaningful. Secondly, as we think about future, getting a job, that looms pretty large. So companies, how they are engaged in climate action, on how they are interested in environmental issues, ethical job search has already started. So companies are there responsible and then communicate what they do. Then competent people, including me, I mean, we need to discern the companies that we would like to work for and companies we don't want to work for. Third, as Murakami-san said, local governments, the voices of the youth on the people from various layers. If you could absorb their voices, I think that would be meaningful as well. That is necessary in terms of connection. And the young people, inexperienced, and the people power of adults matters.
Thank you. The youth are checking the adult. Thank you. Mr. Asai, I shall try to be concise. About education, enlightenment, we are working on that. And for SDG, we have been engaged in the education. In fact, we have asked for the advice of Ms. Murakami. In the area of climate change, we are engaged with international networks. Basically, educators are the main actors, but there are NPO members as well as businesses. Not only in school education, but to teach consumers or business persons, we are trying to stimulate transformation in the behaviors or send out messages, and therefore we are using all fora and opportunities, and we wish to expand such activities. Thank you.
Yes, on the part of the administration, to do things with the administration alone is limited. We need to have different sectors involved in countermeasures for global warming. To give examples, perhaps this is unique to the administration. We have ordinances and plans. When we consider that, we have councils that review these ordinances and plans, which include members of the industry groups, such as chambers of commerce and industry, as well as citizens groups such as members of Fridays for Future Kyoto. So we ask them to muster their wisdom, and we draw upon that. And I talked about the team for promoting decarbonized lifestyle. This is also a multi-sector effort. Citizens have a sense of crisis, but they don't know what to do. So we want to change things so that people feel that these are doable. And to draw on wisdom, we have citizens and youths and business people and academics and cultural figures and priests. Maybe this is unique to Kyoto. We have a broad range of people involved. And the team management involves environmental conservation organizations. And so the management is also multi-sectoral. And this is what we're attempting to do. This is on an experimental basis, but this is what we're doing.
Thank you very much. At all sectors, collaboration is expanding. And of course, I want to continue the talk, but time has come. So we look forward to increasing best practices, and I would like to ask for your final message. So about 30 seconds each, maybe 30 seconds each, starting with Mr. Asai. Thank you for this opportunity. As was discussed, many are already displaced because of climate change across the world, and that is going to be hundreds of millions. As a religious sector, we want to recognize this serious situation and to prevent displacement. At the same time, at Soka Gakkai, sometimes we are criticized as a pressure lobby. However, in this area, we are going to be a nasty lobby and raise our voice to push the government and the politicians. Thank you. Ms. Nakamura?
Thank you for having me today. Regarding youth, they're frustrated why adults are so slow, why they're not taking action, but creating future. And we can change because we are still now here. We still haven't lost hope. So the adults, I would like to encourage you to listen to others and exchange views to create a decarbonized society. That's my expectation. Let us work together. Thank you for having me.
Ms. Murakami, thank you. Thank you for this excellent opportunity. What we wish to do going forward, for example, regarding the Citizens' Assembly on climate change, in fact, a local government authority in the metropolitan area has called us that they want to organize, and therefore we want to create best practices. We also want to work with companies going forward. We want to have a place of dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then Mr. Yano.
Thank you. I had a very good opportunity to listen to everyone's views. By 2030, the next 10 years is very important in creating a path toward the 2050. we have to create a active decarbonization domino of action. And so this year and next year and the several years will be crucial for this. Kyoto has adopted the Kyoto Protocol, so we'd like to fulfill our role firmly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we listen to all the panelists, indeed, there is a groundswell, a major trend towards decarbonization. I hope that this was an encouraging session. I ask that all of you join us in this momentum. Thank you very much for your attention.
Panel discussion 3 session.
Panel discussions, 3 sessions have been carried out. How have you found them out? Without such an event, we wouldn't have gathered in one room to have a discussion. Various sectors, various industries have been represented in the past sessions. People from the same industry or people from other industries. If there is any inspiration, I hope you'll find them useful for future activities. Or in that event, somebody talked about this or that. By receiving such inquiries, if we could see more and more interaction, and that would be great. Next will be the last session, top leaders session. At the outset, from JMA, Dr. Ishii talked about what we decide to do will actually have an impact on the future in terms of climate. That was mentioned by Dr. Ishii. So top leaders who can actually decide on such actions who will participate in the next session. I'd like to pass the microphone to Hiroku Kuniya and Anka. Kuniya-san, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last session. I have the pleasure of serving as a moderator, Kuniya Hiroko. I'm also the board member, executive board member of Renewable Energy Institute. In the summit, August, the IPCC issued an assessment report, and repeatedly it was mentioned. So compared with pre-industrial revolution, plus 1.5 degree increase in terms of global average temperature, compared with what we expected, perhaps it's like we would likely to reach that before, and that means we have short term before we can just reach that. The Secretary General of the United Nations, Guterres, said the following: for humankind, this is really the alarm. Its alarm is sounding in the resounding manner, and the evidence, there is a scientific evidence, there is no room for rebuttal against that. And 1 degree, going beyond 1.5, the only solution to prevent this from happening is to boost all the measures, countermeasures, and to choose a most ambitious pathway. Whether our society can survive or not, government, companies, civil societies, leaders, efforts, action to do so, the coherent and the uniform support is necessary to keep the increase within 1.5 degrees, thus really encouraging the leaders to take actions. So to the leaders, determination is of course necessary. But on climate action, UNFCCC Secretary General, on September 17th, a shocking forecast was made available. Let me just share that with you. 2030, GHG emissions of volume from each country, IND reduction target of CO2 has been submitted. So by country, those targets, put them in the goal, and then globally, as a whole, if you look at the estimates, 2030 emissions compared with 2010, 16% increase. 16%. IPCC by 2050 to reach zero emission. 2030, 45% reduction is necessary. Minus 45% is necessary. Despite that, according to the current Secretariat, estimates emissions will increase by 16%. In other words, as usual basis, the scale and the speed, they are both wanting, not enough at all. Industrialized countries for quite a long time kept emitting CO2, realized there's the wealth. For industrialized countries, have to show the leadership and take actions. In this session, how best we can accelerate decarbonization here in Japan. Together with the leaders, we would like to study that. Let me introduce the participants, speakers, right next to me. Kokusai Kogyo. Sandra Wu, Chairperson and CEO, Kokusai Kogyo. Next to her, Asset Management One, President and CEO, Sugano Akira-san. And then right next to him, Tokyo Steel Manufacturing President, Nishimoto Toshikazu-san. Last but not least, from Chiba University of Commerce CU's President, Professor Harashima Sachihiko. Sachihiko is my name. I am sorry. Harashima Sachihiko, sorry about this. No, thank you, sir. Allow me to, I'm glad that we were able to correct it right away. So, President Harashima, Professor Harashima, I have a question for you. 2019, the first one as a university, you achieved renewable energy 100%. All the energy consumed at your university is from renewable energy. Why at the university you wanted to achieve already 100 ahead of others? Harashima-san, you are a specialist in environmental matters in closed up. In our program, you participated as a guest. Yes, more than 20 years ago. But what was your passion? What's your enthusiasm? Why does it matter that the university participated in this endeavor? University has a societal mission. We need to foster people, human capital. They need to have high awareness in terms of the environment, especially sustainability is very important. These people need to be aware of that. We wanted to foster such people, so because that's part of the university's mission. Next, university as an actor change the society, transform the society. The university should be able to help, should be useful. So in that sense, I wanted to show a model at a university. In 2017, as president, yes, I made a formal declaration on that occasion. First, you need to put your home in order. First, we do this first. So we would like others to follow us. And that's why we did it. And I'm from Tokyo Tech. So when I was with the Tokyo Tech, I thought it was very difficult. But right after 3/11, President and I was head of research, so the top leaders gathered. And because there is the plant outage of power, and we wanted to handle them somehow. But after studying, just only 5% could be supplied. And then I didn't think that would work. But CUC, as I joined this university, using FIT mega solars, started operating in 2014, 2013. It was still being constructed. As I looked into them, actually, of the power used by CUC, 62.7% estimated, 62.7% could be produced. So we were able to get this information, and Tokyo Tech 5%, and CUC 60%. Oh, we can do this. I mean, this is humanities-based university. So this is 1/10 of the technology types of universities. We should do what we can do to transform the society. We wanted to show a model, not just the university, but even the university can do this. Companies can do even more. Local governments, also the local governments should do this. So renewable energy is very important at the CUC. Our mission was that to foster the commercial ethics. I mean, that the buyer, society, seller, they're all happy. So you need to do something good And this is education. We need to show the model to the students. This is a decent energy, renewable energy. We create the renewable energy by ourselves. And in the process, we found values. Net zero energy, 100% renewable energy, zero emission. But after 2019, January, on the same year in August, we wanted to first to create the energy with our own responsibility. Come August, procurement of power, all the energy was now derived from renewable. We made that switch, and in that process, things changed. So we were on the right track. Japan has technology. Now we have a lot of resources for renewable energy. This is my specialty, but Japan is blessed with so many things. Why don't we do this? If you are really serious, you can do this. Prime Minister Suga said that by 2050 carbon neutrality, finance, local governments, companies saw a change. Now our activities are now understood. More broadly, we want to spread this. So you want to spread this to other universities as well. What about the students? Students changed? Yes. Yes, they did. They did change. And also, good students are now entering our school. If time allows, I would like to talk about this. Number of applicants in 2019, right before COVID, an economist of this survey CUC, for 5 years, we used to be number one and increased by 7.6. We were actually in the cover page of The Economist. That was really surprising. Various factors combined, but one was certainly one factor. We now have good students. Thank you. Sandra. May I call you Sandra? Would that be okay? 国際工業, low carbon, community making, and renewable energy development. You were actually the early entrant, and then the local governments that are advanced in decarbonization. The government is trying to come up with about 100 such communities. At your company, 国際工業, in the local decarbonization, how are you actually making contributions?
Thank you. Kokusai Kogyo has a history of 70 years, and GIS technology was the base of our business. Infrastructure investment, environment, and DRR. We've provided technology to resolve society's problems. Decarbonization support technology and services. We have a diverse range. And today, I will not be going into this, but I'd like to talk about our basic philosophy and our basic policy. Decarbonization support businesses. What prompted us to do that? I'd like to get into that first. A safe and secure and sustainable city building, and to contribute to society through this. That is the corporate philosophy of Kokusai Kogyo. Based on this philosophy, SDGs achievement contribution toward this end, our strategy businesses. In the middle, we have decarbonization technology services, which we have positioned at the center. Kokusai Kogyo conducts business for decarbonized society, and we have three strengths, and we have photogrammetry technology, and we want to make this visible to the people. And for the local governments throughout the nation, to the citizens, we have had a close contact and engagement with them, and we have that history. A safe and security, sustainable city building. And based on this philosophy, we have employees that were nurtured based on this philosophy, which are skilled. And Kokusai Kogyo can accelerate decarbonized society. And we have the resources, important resources for this. And what is the policy with which we have engaged in our business? For example, solar power generation. A lot of deforestation occurs, and for solar power generation facilities to build. That happens, but this reduces the forest's capacity to absorb CO2, and it reduces biodiversity. And so when this happens from the citizens, there is strong criticism in many cases. Kokusai Kogyo originally has a pillar of our business, which is environment conservation. A negative effect on the environment will not be conducted through facility development. How to minimize the environmental impact of our business? and how to maximize the merit of the facilities that we build. That is what we feel is important. Solar power generation. First project was the Miyazaki project. And the linear motor cars, which were no longer used, had test courses, and we've installed solar panels. And waste disposal is what we have experience in, so we've leveraged this. And we have used the sites of waste disposal to create solar power generation facilities. And limited use, low economic value, hard to use land is what we wanted to use to maximize merit to society. Decarbonized society. In order to realize this, each and every citizen must understand the importance of the environment, and therefore, through solar power generation facilities, we teach the local students about this, and at times of disaster, the facilities would be opened up for evacuation. We have entered into an arrangement with the local governments, and this is our cooperation to enhance the resilience of the region. And our business is a part of regional revitalization. It's not just about selling renewable energy power and selling it. It's not just that. And lastly, as Ms. Kunia has mentioned, as of 30th of September, it was announced by 2050, CO2 emissions would be reduced to net zero. And 464 local governments have announced that already. And the central government for decarbonization roadmap 2030, 100 decarbonized local governments would be installed. We have been involved in this business for 70 years. So through our business and through the resources, we want to fully leverage that to support local governments' decarbonization efforts.
So from Kokusai Kogyo, market is expanding. I think that's the landscape you must be seeing. So next, Minishimoto-san from Tokyo Steel. I have a Tokyo Steel strength, because normally using blast furnace and you make steel, but in your case, electric furnace is used, and so recycling of steel scrap, that's the business model you have. Now the world is moving to decarbonized society and circular economy. You have made what you have been doing has now become mainstream in the society. What is your assessment?
Rather than saying we are happy, I am almost emotional. If I may, I would like to introduce the background and history. At the moment, many of the iron steel makers started from open hearth furnace, and then they divided into blast furnace or electric arc furnace, but we chose the electric arc. Back then, there was a large amount of iron scrap imported from the United States. When we made the selection to go for electric arc furnace, the founder said that there will be an increase of iron scrap. Iron scrap will never disappear. Already from that time, maybe our founder had been aware about circular society. By the way, regarding iron scrap, around 1995, we converted from importer to exporter, and we are now exporting as much as 8 million tons per annum. Japan is blessed with urban mines or city mines. Another point, we are working on expanding the product that can be made from iron scrap. Back then, we tried to produce H-beams, which was made by blast furnace. The industry said this was not possible, but we continued our challenge. Of course, there were tensions and frictions. There were 3 so-called H-beam wars in the industry, and this is still the talk of the industry. Of course, if we had been defeated, Tokyo Steel would not have existed, and we enjoy a top share in the market of H-beam. Whether it be H-beam, we know that Japan's population is declining, and therefore, of course, demand for our iron steel will also go down. So, from 1991, we started production of sheet metals. In 2007, we also initiated the production of thick metals. The point is, we have tried to adapt to the structural change of the industry, and we have expanded product that can be produced by iron scraps. About the environment, which is to reduce CO2. Our company started to care about emission footprint from 2008. There was the discussion of global warming, and we were demanded that we reduce CO2 emission. We calculated how much CO2 we were emitting at production. An electric arc furnace, 0.5 ton, and with a blast furnace, 2 tons are emitted. So we have to be proud. Yeah, it's only 1/4. Electric arc produces 4 times smaller than blast furnace, and we try to advertise this, and then we were called enemy from the blast furnace makers. And they also criticized us that if you produce electric arc iron steel in Japan, that means exporting inefficient blast furnace outside of Japan. It would not be a contribution to reducing global CO2. And the competitors in the industry was not at all interested in what we were doing. But Professor Komiyama and many other experts cheered for us that we can do more. The former president of Tokyo University, yes, Professor Komiyama, former president of Tokyo University. And as a result, we established Tokyo Steel Eco Vision 2050. This was announced in 2017. Our company don't even have a medium-term plan. We don't have a 3-year plan or 5-year plan, and we all of a sudden announced our 2050 vision, and the entire industry was surprised or shocked. But last year in October, former Prime Minister Suga declared that Japan will go carbon neutral by 2050, so everything changed dramatically. Even the iron steel industry, all of a sudden, they have started to shout for the use of electric arc. Indeed, a paradigm shift has happened. Many people have told us, finally, time has caught up with your company. Indeed, that was a nice comment. We were very happy. At the moment, there are lots of inquiries from users and buyers, but having said that, it doesn't mean that we are enjoying increased revenue. So going forward, whilst we might be in the forefront, we have to do more so that we can increase our revenue and increase the industry.
So you must have been so frustrated. I could really, that's the impression that I had listening to you. So going back to supply chain and looking at the entire supply chain, and CO2 emissions need to be disclosed. So 1/4 of emissions in terms compared with blast furnace, electric furnace made steel is likely to increase its values.
Yes. The LCA scope is expanding. The 0.5 ton of emission by electric arc, that's L2, but that's scope 2, but it is expanding further. So not only at the time of manufacturing or use, in the case of cars, not only fuel efficiency, but the car body itself, or for the housing. The house itself, of course, has to be low emission as well. So that is where there are many inquiries.
So, very important asset management company, Asset Management One, Sugano-san. Very ambitious target has been established by 2050. GHG emissions from your portfolio should reach effective zero. And regarding 2030 target, 57 trillion yen asset under management, 30 trillion yen. That's, you are trying to slash it by half. In general shareholders meeting on ESG related information disclosure has been urged, and in principle you support them. In this year's NGOs shareholders proposals, you actually supported by voting for them. So as an asset manager, promoting the transformation of companies, I think you seem to really put it in the front and center. What are your strategies? Thank you. Regarding our company, Asset Management One, as Kuniya-san mentioned, AUM 57 trillion yen. Among Asian asset managers, it's pretty huge And regarding our customers who entrust their assets, the pension plans, institutional corporate and financial institutions, and also individuals through public-placed investment vehicles. We are entrusted with the customers and we manage them for them. Kuniya-san mentioned, why are we so active in terms of climate action? Well, broadly speaking, on the ESG investment, why are we so active? Starting from last year, on ESG, regarding how we are going to tackle them, cross-organizational structure, sustainability transformation, SBT was established. In total, there are 50 people. Some are young, and we've been repeatedly had the rounds of discussions. One of the achievements is called materiality map, creating this map. Let me explain. Double materiality. We use two axes. One axis represents for the society, materiality for society, so sustainability, materiality. The other axis for economy, financial materiality for economics. So on these two axes, there are 36 important matters for us, and we map them. And then materiality map after this mapping. And in this process, normally you have just in-house discussions, but globally, NGOs' reports were read carefully, and NGOs who are in Tokyo, we had dialogue. So our proprietary mapping, materiality map, was formulated, and this is the basis. And then Kuniya-san, you mentioned, for instance, in the exercising the votes, and also net zero asset managers initiative participation. I mean, we were having those discussions and then participated in this initiative, especially the exercising the voting right and also net zero. Exercising the voting right in April this year, the guideline, we have this guideline, and this partly because of the COVID, we revised the guideline on climate change related information disclosure. On that disclosure, for mid to long term, to enhance the enterprise value. If it's a shareholders' proposal in that direction, in principle, we support such proposal by shareholders based on that. In June, general shareholders meetings, several proposals were submitted from the NGOs on climate action. We scrutinized them, and as a result, we supported all of them. In that sense, it's not that we are just blindly saying yes to all the shareholders' proposals, but enterprise value, it's to be enhanced in the mid to long-term value, the mid to long-term by those. Then, in principle, we support them. So we are going beyond. And net asset managers, the Zero Initiative, in December last year, globally, 30 asset managers established this initiative. By 2050, regarding the assets that we have and asset management, make sure that their emissions would be zero, and making a commitment. I said 30 companies, but from Japan, we are the only participant, and partly because of that, and we've been engaged in these activities a little less than a year. To the steering committee, the advice is made from this advisory group. There are 6 companies, and we are one of the 6 companies in the advisory committee. Those 30 companies mostly are from European and American companies, and not many from Japan or Asia, but we're participating here from Japan, so that the diversity is ensured in the discussion of the advisory committee to the Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative. Last month, in September, when we participate as an obligation, 2030 interim target, as such interim target, certain percentage of asset under management must be aligned to net zero emissions, and we must disclose that, which we did, as Kuniya-san mentioned, 30 trillion yen. of the 57, that accounts for 53%. To be honest, this is pretty ambitious as a target. 46% reduction target, just like Japan. Because if you do it bottom up, you don't really reach this number. But in this sense, we want to be a front runner and show that we wanted to show the commitment. So this is a stretch target for us. So we want to really move forward 30 trillion yen, 30 trillion. We were the only one who participated initially, but then 2 Japanese companies joined, and now more companies are considering participation. Total 128 companies are participating in this initiative, but from Japan, only 3 companies. We want to increase this number so that the say by the Japanese companies or organizations will increase. You are a big asset management company, and then when there's a phone call, then IR persons, companies must really be on their toes, especially if it's a phone call from asset management one. And portfolios decarbonization, you are very ambitious in terms of your target. So how, regarding your portfolio, company portfolio, how can we decarbonize the portfolio? Divestment is one approach, and a different approach. What do you focus on? What do you look at? And then how are you trying to rapidly decarbonize the portfolio? So as I listen to them, the asset management companies, how do you actually decarbonize the portfolio? It's difficult to imagine. The investment chain, just like supply chain, there's this investment chain. If you're in the center of the investment chain, in the upstream, the asset owners, and pension plans, financial institutions, institutional investors, and also the retail investors, persons. And the downstream, perhaps downstream may not be the good expression, but investees, those companies. Regarding our role in the investment chain, on both sides, we need to engage institutional investors to invest institutional investors. This movement to net zero, this is irreversible in terms of a movement. If you don't respond to them, this is a risk. And if you handle them proactively, as just like Tokyo Steel, this is going to be a positive element in the long term. So by giving this explanation, getting their buy-ins about this portfolio, as a result, aligned to net zero, we can create such a portfolio. That's one pathway. There's another. To investees, how are we going to address them? 2 methodologies. One, particularly Scandinavian investors do this divestment. If you're not aligned to net zero, then divest that particular company. In our case, we didn't choose this. While we are making investment, we engage them and we have dialogue with them. So, and we would like them to be aligned to net zero. Just as before, if you don't address them, this is going to be a risk. But if you handle them well, then this is going to have a positive impact. So please follow this way. So engage these companies, investees. That's what we do. Why divestment will not work? Because divestment, even if it did this, and then there are buyers, possible buyers. So what's going to happen in the end? We sell them, but this decarbonization as a whole will not advance. So if you look at the planet as a whole, decarbonization will not progress. So while you keep making investment, you still try to align them to net zero. That's our stance. So from finance, there's a pressure for decarbonization, and that pressure is likely to increase on companies. And Nishimoto-san, Tokyo Steel, with the electric furnace, you have strength. But having said that, but the decarbonization efforts need to be continued because steel has a high emission volume. So in your activities towards decarbonization, what are the major obstacles?
Regarding our process and CO2 emission per 1 ton, it is 0.5 tons of emission. 70% of that is because of power consumption. So if that is become renewable, 70% will go down. But For our company, solar panels are placed in all of our factories. We are trying to go renewable, but we consume so much power. We have 10 mega, but it's only 0.5% of what we need. So we need to purchase power, so which means the sold power has to be renewable. Solar and the expansion of renewables is important so that we can buy renewable. And for that, the mindset of the Japanese population has to change. After all, it's going to be expensive. Money is necessary. Who pays for that? So it's decarbonization to deal with the climate change, and the beneficiary of this effort is, after all, the Japanese population, the global citizens, which means all the people have to share the burden. Each and every citizen of Japan has to have the mindset that they have to pay. Everybody has to agree, including the government and the citizens, and there must be motivation of the citizens. Otherwise, transformation of mindset is not possible.
Harashina-san and others went on. What are the obstacles for decarbonization here in Japan? At university, you have addressed this, and you are doing collaboration with local governments. Well, things have been changing. Steel, creating steel, of course, it involves a lot of energy usage, and electricity tariff is low, but per ordinary households, it's more than 20 yen. Then, in that case, renewable energy is inexpensive. I actually did this, so I know. Mega solar, the first one using FIT, when it was still expensive, more than 8 years ago, but 2 or 3 years ago, just 2 years ago, within campus, on 10 buildings on the rooftop, we installed them. It's our own self-consumption is inexpensive compared with TEPCO. It's 2/3 of what we pay to TEPCO. And first, they did this because the president said, but the other people in the management said, can't we do more? Couldn't we install more? When I talked about this in some symposia, Yokohama City official was surprised, and this person came to CUC. So really, depending on the players, if you're a big player, or ordinary companies and universities, we can fully address them. So you need to be knowledgeable. And then Renewable Energy University League was established. I prepared this one slide. Can you show this? It's June 7th, yes, in this way. Then we had the inauguration. And then we had a press conference, as you can see. In total, 9 presidents of universities came to join us. On the left-hand side, you can see the photo. 7 people are shown, and 3 persons on the video, of which 6 are presidents. On the left-hand side, this is the parliamentary vice. This is the administrative vice minister of environment, Mr. Nakai-san. The United Nations in June, in the month of environment, the activities of universities, they want to know. And in the special session, I delivered a keynote speech. So the world is paying attention to Japanese universities. So early 100, and then there's a league of universities. But people think that universities don't have a lot of funding. Fiscally, you are in a tight spot. How can you do this? You need to come up with creative ideas. In our case, by using FIT, we had the mega solar, big one, and that triggered. There were some risks involved, so we were wise in making. Shimada Haruo, the previous the president, made that decision. Because of that, I wanted to do this. It was costly for LED. One unit cost several hundreds of millions. If in our scale of university, it's difficult. So what did we do? We created a joint stock company and the management of university. It's a small company, but if it's a university, they will have this funding capability. We were able to raise some funds. We bought things and then lease it to the university. So 10 million yen order of donation will do. The amount of management okays this. Not just CUC, but other universities can do this because they have great credit worthiness. So if you could do that in each community, and then this can really materialize in the society and the change can happen. Sandra, in the local governments, in decarbonization, what are the obstacles?
Yes. On our part, Kokusai Kogyo last month, SBTI Ambition 1.5 certification is what we've got. And our businesses is such that there's a great major difference between ourselves and the manufacturing industry. We emit CO2 in small amounts. It's not a large amount of CO2 that we emit through our own businesses. Of all of the emissions, 93% is from suppliers. The company itself only emits 7% when it comes to emissions. So to achieve this would mean that we have to do this together with our suppliers. It all depends on what we do with the suppliers. 65% is what we would set forth. And 65%, we would vet 69 companies who would account for 65%. And we would explain our thinking about why we're trying to do this and how we expect to collaborate. With the sincerity, we are talking to them. And the suppliers, we would give them the know-how and the program that we have accumulated. And we will give them advice in setting goals. And we're actually doing that already. But the impediment is that suppliers have to be convinced about the net zero target. And so we have to work together with them. So how to do this is a very important factor. As you know, the suppliers are, for the most part, the SMEs. To look at business from a long-term perspective and to make investments is very difficult for them. Whether the global would generate heat to create a better environment for the children, this is something that we try to explain to them. But for the company as a whole, unless they feel that CO2 emitting companies would be antisocial, unless they're convinced of this, it's very difficult. That is the impediment. One company can set ambitious goals, but private sector globally, this cannot be achieved through one company's efforts alone. It's the society as a whole that has to get together to take action. Companies and individuals still there's a lack of awareness concerning this point.
So Kokusai Kogyo, if you try to really do the decarbonization, unless suppliers' awareness changes, it'll be difficult. Sugano-san, regarding Japan's ESG fund, the inflow of ESG fund, as I look at this regarding ESG investment, globally it's rapidly increasing, 3.9 trillion yen. Most of them go to Western countries, to Japan. The flow is not really coming into Japan. In other words, the expectations on Japan or from Japan, expectations to Japan is pretty low by experts. But technologically speaking, I personally feel there must be potential. But here in Japan, to accelerate decarbonization, what are the impediments? What are the obstacles? So from global perspective, global asset managers, I am pretty sure you have been engaging with them for quite a long. What's lacking in order to make a Japanese market attractive? What do you see in the background? It's a very tough question to ask. In terms of AUM, in Japan's ESG is yes small, and inflow from overseas it's still little. But in terms of growth, it's been growing significantly. What's the background? Last year, the government of Japan made this declaration for net zero. That was one trigger. Finally, the movement started, and among the more than 80 companies of the public companies, they also supported this net zero. Specific milestones have not been established, but there are some companies who made such a declaration. So finally, starting from last year, we saw some momentum building, and in order to create even more momentum going forward, that matters. Especially net zero decarbonization, because if we say ESG, it's rather broad. So just focusing on decarbonization. In the case of Japan, we were a latecomer, and compared with Western countries, specific policies have not been devised or formulated. How to select companies how do we select investees when we make investment? Qualitative ESG assessment evaluation tends to be the focus, but that has certain limitations. What about correlation to performance? In the case of Japan, the correlation is not really high here in Japan. Actually, with decent disclosure by companies, and as a result, if you analyze them, and then making investment that will lead to the enhanced enterprise value, better performance, that circle has been difficult to establish here in Japan. Once that's done from globally, we'll be able to attract money to Japan. Also from Japan to overseas, we could also make funds available. Here's one thing I wanted to say about carbon pricing. Perhaps carbon pricing is necessary because so far, in terms of climate change, with corporate activities, there were the externalization of cost, but the internalization of cost, and so that will be reflected in the distribution of capital. Qualitatively, this company is doing good thing for the environment, but what about the performance? You need to see the link, but then making it difficult for us to invest. But once that becomes clarified in the quantitative manner, that will help us make investment, and if that results in performance, this flow will gain more momentum, I think. Looking at each company's activities, internal carbon pricing, so in-house carbon pricing has been established by some companies, but if sometimes price is low, or according to IEA estimates, in 2040, $140 per ton, that's likely to be the carbon price, pretty high price for carbon. Once that's the real carbon pricing, then in terms of investment landscape, what kind of investment the companies should do, I think their decisions are going to change. Nishimoto-san, what do you think about the carbon pricing?
At our company from 2008, we agreed with carbon pricing that there should be an equitable burden depending on the emission. Regarding the cap, we don't agree with emission trading, but with regard to the emission that has already been emitted, we agree to carbon pricing. By doing so, reduction is going to be a very powerful incentive. As a result, it would spur technical innovation, and CO2 can be reduced even further. We need that cycle. For that, the government has to have determination and be resolute. The government is listening too much to the industry and economic organizations, but the Japanese government has to be more resolute towards decarbonization, and the government will have to prepare safety net just for problems. The Japanese government has to be as radical as that. That determination is required. Government take leadership, change the mindset of the consumers. Then I think there will be a big advancement. When Japan decides, if everyone does the same, it's going to be very powerful in Japan. So I hope the policies will lead.
You are a specialist in environment, local production, local consumption. So the switch to the cycle-based concept is necessary. So President Arashina, what are the obstacles? What are the impediments? What should be done in the future image for the society? You need to have that post-COVID society. Everybody is discussing this. So this kind of a distributed society in terms of the delegation of power. So demarcation in environment, kind of a demarcation, not the perfect one, but given that the structure. So the energy that supports community, it's a renewable energy that's produced in the region, in the community, that's optimal. because there are certain characteristics you need to community, so you could create good ones. We are blessed with resources. I mean, we could perhaps be number one. German people say, compared with Japan, well, Germany, you are blessed in terms of conditions. What are you doing in terms of policies? Because we have resources to utilize the resources, utilization of land, because we don't have so much flat land, but still there are certain areas we can use our mega solars, 4.67 hectares. Do you know where the abundant Japanese field area is? 460,000 hectares. So that means we will be able to establish 100,000 units. So if we could use this, if we could establish 1 unit, then we will be able to achieve the government target with solar. I'm a specialist in the environment. Don't destroy forest. I mean, that's not the way. You need to do a decent assessment, because if you do the assessment, you will do it in flat area where the abundant fields will be used, and that will be significant. Such activities have already started at the university. CEC, we already do this. So let us do some collaboration. People send us some inquiries, ask us to work together. Land utilization and impact assessment, environmental impact assessment. I'm specialist, so let me say this. We are still lagging behind the global standards. If we could make it better, that will do. Assessment points, information disclosure, and participation. Do this without fail, and that assessment can be introduced to. Sandra, World Economic Forum commissions or committees, you participated in those, and overseas platforms, so you have been participating in them actively. So from your perspective, what do we lack here in Japan? What are the impediments?
Japan is such that companies wait for policies to come out. And on the domestic scene in Japan, global trends, the domestic scene is not sensitive to global trends. That is what I feel. And the rest of the world says Japan is behind. When you go to UN, I feel small. It's true about the nation as well as each individual. Each individual have to understand the concept of planetary boundary, and each must start changes in his or her behavior. That is important. So you have to understand the essential part of this so that people will change their behavior. Each one has to do it.
So for humankind is confronted with this global environmental worsening, can we actually prevent this from happening? If we continue the current pathway with our own hands, we might end up destroying the planet, the growth and decarbonization. The absolute decoupling with wisdom and technology harvest and with finance. Can we realize them at the EU? With the certain strategies, they already started running in this direction, but this is a major challenge. And a challenge that Japan must also tackle. As you have heard from the members of the panel, do we have a vision here in Japan? The overseas information, are we be able to access such information? As I look at you in this group, yes, we should be able to have that potential. We do have the potential. That's the voices of the leaders. I want the government to listen to the voices of these leaders. And all of you, consumers, I'd like you to listen to the messages for this time. We'd like to conclude the top leaders session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much for participating in the JCI Japan Climate Initiative. My name is Masao from CDP. On behalf of JCI, allow me to say a few words. JCI is a partner of the UN Race to Zero. We're promoting Japanese people and Japanese organizations to participate at this session. We have heard about their enthusiasm. This year in April, Japanese government submitted a report, target of for 2030. 46% was the goal that they announced. In advance of this, JCI, with agreement of members, submitted a recommendation to the effect that the number should be an ambitious one, 45% or greater. And I believe that the Japanese government was influenced, and this was well received by the rest of the world. The EU has a target of 55%, the UK 78%, the United States 50 to 55%. That's the reduction target. And Japan came out with 46%. That's cutting it rather close. But we feel that the rest of the world felt that Japan will go along with them. The government's carbon neutral commitment came last year. And I believe that investors and businesses have changed their activities, as you have all mentioned. In particular, investors. It's important to have a long-term foreseeability. 2050, carbon neutral by 2050, I believe, is a very important declaration. As a result of this, what has been mentioned today, net zero, asset managers alliance, and support for this, or Nikkei has announced today, so I feel that it's not a problem for me to mention. I believe it was reported by respective companies. Life insurance companies, 4 of these came out with an Asset Owners Alliance net zero. They have decided to participate. So from Japan, we're seeing these commitments one after another. And the rest of the world is probably saying that Japan is in this, and there have been contacts from overseas related to this. The Kyoto Protocol was concluded in the past, and energy conservation was considered in Japan, and Japanese products was said to be good for the environment then. After this, we've relied on power generation in terms of coal power generation. And that has not changed. So with regard, when it comes to reduction of emissions, people thought of us as a backward country. We are in a very fortunate world. We cannot change the society. We cannot change our lifestyle. We use electricity. We use automobiles. We use buses. We continue to use this, and we want to continue to use this going forward. We have to change the energy. How do we change the energy? A lot of people have talked about this. Renewable energy is the answer. From the perspective of renewable energy, we are a treasure trove as CO2 has led to global warming. Without the oil and coal, we are importing coal and oil, but it's easy to change this. There are countries that have a lot of coal, and they probably look at us with envy because we have a lot of natural energy. We've been listening to a lot of people speak today. And perhaps people feel that we can move forward and we can advance. We need action. JCI is talking about Action Summit every year. This is about each and every one taking action. You belong to different organizations, but each and every one must think about how to take action. It's very important. Individual action is very important. This summit, we hope, would promote different behavior and action by individuals. We thank you for listening for an extended period. With this, I'd like to conclude my closing remarks. Thank you very much.
This is the final information from the Secretariat about the materials and the future event. Today's movies and the material for those where we have received the consent, it will be carried on our website later. In Glasgow, UK, on the occasion of COP26, the JCI members will organize an event on November 8th in Glasgow. It will be Japan time night, and this will be reported later in our website. At JCI, we will continue to share information in and outside Japan and support all your activities. I invite all of you to join our initiative and Race to Zero campaign if you have not yet done so. This is the end of Japan Climate Action Summit 2021. Thank you very much for staying with us until the very end of the program.